Chapter 602. Luo Jun smiled without any restraint, and it was filled with arrogance. It was like he was afraid others wouldn't be able to hear his laughter, so had even enhanced it with profound energy, causing it to spread far and wide. It resounded throughout ancient Domain City. Luo Jun was a man with aspirations. He desired to unify the entire human world, but that wasn't his goal. His goal was to unify the entire continent, and then utilize its karmic luck to become a saint emperor. Because a mortal emperor who had attained the saint realm wasn't addressed as mortal emperor but saint emperor. But he had a huge barrier in his path, and that was Yang Yi. But now Yang Yi was dead, so no one was left to stop him on his path to unifying the continent. Luo Jun's laughter grew louder, and it swept even further when he thought of this. It wasn't long before a strange scene had appeared here. Everyone was looking at Luo Jun just like that. On the other hand, Lan Yun's countenance was ghastly pale while her eyes were filled with horror. Mortal Emperor! Zhao Zhangfei called out softly to Luo Jun, who was still roaring with laughter. Luo Jun waved his hand and spoke with slight displeasure. Zhangfei, didn't I order you to gather the army? Why haven't you gone and done it? Yang Yi is dead, and ancient Domain City's morale is low. It's the best opportunity for us to strike. It would take an army of 300,000 soldiers and 1,000 Exalt Realm experts at most to conquer ancient Domain City. As he spoke and spoke, Luo Jun noticed that something was off because all the subordinates before him had unsightly expressions, and some even revealed terror. So, his eyes narrowed slightly as he swiftly turned around, and then he saw a familiar face. At this moment, the sword formation had dispersed, and Yang Yi wasn't far away from where Luo Jun stood. Luo Jun's face was truly a sight to behold when he saw Yang Yi. So you desired my death that strongly? Yang Yi smiled, and then he shot forward explosively while countless strands of sword chi emerged from the wooden sword in his hand and shot swiftly towards Luo Jun's group. Mortal Emperor, leave! Hurry! Zhao Zhangfei was shocked. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi was actually still alive, and even such a monstrous genius from the hallowed grounds had died at Yang Yi's hands. Exactly how strong is he? Luo Jun had only brought a few hundred Exalt Realm experts with him this time, so Zhao Zhangfei was very clearly aware that Luo Jun's life would definitely be in danger if Luo Jun didn't leave right away. Thus, had asked Luo Jun to leave at the moment Yang Yi had attacked. Hiss! Some of the Exalt Realm experts had charged forward towards Yang Yi in order to protect Yang Yi, but their bodies were instantly penetrated upon coming into contact with Yang Yi's sword chi. All of them didn't even have the strength to resist Yang Yi's sword chi, and this even included their spatial barriers because it was utterly ineffective right now. The cause of this was that those strands of sword chi had been enhanced by the wooden sword and 10th level sword intent. Mortal Emperor! Hurry up and leave! Zhao Zhangfei spoke in a low voice because he noticed that Yang Yi seemed to be even stronger than before. Leave? Luo Jun shook his head and said, You want me to abandon all of you and flee? Am unable to do that. Moreover, why would I, Luo Jun, fear him? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jun drew the Mortal Emperor sword before transforming into a ray of white light that shot explosively towards Yang Yi and entered into battle with Yang Yi. Quickly order all the other Exalt Realm experts to rush over. Zhao Zhangfei gave the order to the troops behind him, and then his figure flashed and charged towards Yang Yi. Motherfuckers! They're actually ganging up on him. How shameless! Young Misting, please deactivate the Grand Formation so that we can lend Yang Yi a hand. Young Misting, please deactivate the Grand Formation, my blade thirsty for blood. Deactivate the Grand Formation so that we can annihilate Luo Jun and his gang of cowardly trash. The violet mink had instantly transformed into a ray of violet light that appeared outside the city when she saw Yang Yi attack Luo Jun's group. Such a scene caused Ding Xiaoyou's eyelids to twitch because she noticed that the Grand Formation which covered the city seemed to be completely useless before the little fellow. Fortunately, that little fellow is on Yang Yi's side, otherwise we would probably have a huge headache dealing with her. Xiao Yushi tightened her grip on Shuing as she gazed at Ding Xiaoyao. The latter grinned and said, "Deactivate the Grand Formation!" As soon as the Grand Formation was removed, all the countless experts within the city cheered before flashing out from above the city walls. "Mortal Emperor, leave immediately!" Zhao Zhongfei arrived by Luo Jun's side and resisted Yang Yi with some of the other Exalt Realm experts and prevented Yang Yi from approaching Luo Jun. The southern territory would crumble right away once Yang Yi died, and it was the same for the alliance of the Central Territory and Luo Jun. So, no harm could be allowed to befall Luo Jun. Luo Jun's face had turned gloomy upon noticing countless experts charging out from ancient Domain City, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, "Everyone retreat!" If they were only facing Yang Yi, then even if their joint forces couldn't kill Yang Yi, they would be able to suppress him. Yet now, Yang Yi had help as well, so his side had no chance at victory. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Jun turned around and transformed into a black ray of light that vanished into the distance. Even though Luo Jun had ordered them to retreat, Zhao Zhongfei and the others hadn't because someone had to keep Yang Yi here. "Don't even think of leaving!" Yang Yi grunted coldly when he saw Luo Jun attempt to flee, and the profound energy within him surged into the stellar shuttle. At the same time, the ninth hell sword wings appeared on his back, and his figure transformed into a ray of light that shot forward explosively. But right at this moment, Zhao Zhongfei suddenly obstructed his path. "Yang Yi, you can dream of..." Zhao Zhongfei hadn't even been able to express his resolve to keep Yang Yi from Luo Jun when a ray of light shot explosively towards him. Such a scene horrified Zhao Zhongfei, and he swiftly stabbed his spear forward. Bang! The tip of his spear collided with the ray of light, and then the ray of light was blasted into pieces. However, Yang Yi suddenly flashed by while Zhao Zhengfei's eyes opened wide. "How formidable!" Had just finished speaking these words when his head tilted to the side, and then it rolled off to the ground. Yang Yi felt that his speed was extremely swift, but he hadn't imagined that Luo Jun's speed was actually not inferior to him at all. So, had actually been unable to close the distance between him and Luo Jun. Suddenly, Luo Jun stopped in midair while countless strands of white energy converged in the sky above him before ceaselessly surging towards him. Luo Jun turned around as he swiftly drew the Mortal Emperor sword, and then a huge wave of white sword energy tore space apart as it slashed down at Yang Yi. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, a dazzling glow erupted from the wooden sword. Just like that, Yang Yi shot forward along with his sword towards Luo Jun's white sword energy. Bang! An enormous explosion immediately resounded upon collision, and then a ray of light charged through the white sword energy, and didn't lose momentum at all as it shot violently towards Luo Jun. Luo Jun's eyelids twitched as he witnessed this scene, and then he turned around and fled towards the ocean of anarchy. He was sure that Yang Yi hadn't just avoided suffering any injuries from the previous battle, Yang Yi had even become stronger. Even though he wished for nothing more than to kill Yang Yi, he had no choice but to admit that while his current strength was sufficient to fight Yang Yi, he was absolutely unable to defeat Yang Yi. There was quite a gap between him and Yang Yi right now. So, unless he conquered the Northern Territory or Southern Territory and obtained the faith energy of 4 territories, otherwise he would absolutely be unable to defeat Yang Yi. Luo Jun wanted to kill Yang Yi, and the same could be said for Yang Yi. He had to head to the hallowed grounds with the sword's spirit to retrieve that sword. But he couldn't head to the hallowed grounds without resolving the dangers that the Southern Territory faced. Thus, so long as he had an opportunity, he would do all he could to annihilate Luo Jun. Unfortunately, while Luo Jun's strength was inferior to him, Luo Jun's backing was much more superior. Regardless of which world one resided in, strength wasn't the only factor that was important. Backing and support was important as well. In next to no time, Luo Jun had arrived above the ocean of anarchy, and it could be considered to be his territory. Yang Yi stopped in midair because Luo Jun had fled to the back of the army garrison on the ocean of anarchy, and he was facing an army of 1 million strong. Even though he wasn't in danger anymore, Luo Jun's expression had become even more gloomy and unsightly because Yan Yi had utterly humiliated him again. Moreover, had lost a few hundred Exalt Realm experts as well. Luo Jun swore that he would never believe anyone from the hallowed grounds again because he lost so many forces every single time he did that. Luo Jun, do you dare to come out here and fight me? Yan Yi stood in midair as he gazed at Luo Jun, who was standing amidst the army, and he enhanced his voice with profound energy. So, it swept through the surroundings and resounded by the ears of every single member of Luo Jun's army. Zhuge! Luo Jun shouted with a gloomy expression, and it wasn't long before Zhuge appeared before Luo Jun. Luo Jun said, "How long more do you need to awaken those fellows?" Zhuge pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "At least 5 days. Even though I can forcefully awaken them right now, it would cause their strengths to be weakened greatly, and it wouldn't be worth it. I know you want to annihilate Yan Yi, but we can't be impulsive because if we were to awaken them right now, then their strengths wouldn't be sufficient to kill Yan Yi at all." 5 days? Luo Jun took a deep breath as he held tightly onto the Mortal Emperor's sword with his left hand. He really didn't want to wait for even another moment. "Luo Jun, are you a pussy?" Yan Yi's voice resounded from midair once more. "A person like you calls himself the Mortal Emperor? You should just call yourself the Doggy Emperor. Tell me, what else can you do besides hiding behind others and making your subordinates die on your behalf? Besides that, are all of you clans and sects of the Central Territory blind? You're actually following such a person? Do you know what he just did? He made Zhao Zhongfei and the others hold the line so that he could escape with his life. Now, all of them are dead. Open your eyes and look, this is your Mortal Emperor." Yan Yi wasn't a man who liked to waste his breath, but he suddenly felt that words were sometimes more effective than force. Since he couldn't kill Luo Jun, he intended to anger Luo Jun to death. Indeed, Luo Jun was on the verge of going mad with rage. "Kill!" Luo Jun hurriedly gave the order when he noticed that Yan Yi intended to continue speaking, and then countless Exalt Realm experts and Spirit Realm profounders flashed into the sky towards Yan Yi. "That's exactly what I was waiting for." Yan Yi chuckled as the black sword chest appeared behind him. "Retreat immediately." Luo Jun was horrified when he witnessed this scene. Chapter 603. Luo Jun had witnessed the might of that sword chest with his own eyes. It had 100,000 swords within it. So how terrifying would it be when it was utilized by Yan Yi instead? Luo Jun had shouted immediately, but it was still too late. Sword chi rained down like a heavy storm from the sword chest on Yan Yi's back, and it only took an instant to blot out the entire sky. The 100,000 swords from the sword chest were swift and fierce from being enhanced by Yan Yi's 10th level sword intent, and besides a few Exalt Realm experts who were able to dodge them in time, all the other experts were instantly struck and killed on the spot. In just an instant, a few thousand profounders had perished, and more were joining them in death. Swish! A sharp and ear-piercing whistle resounded as a strand of white sword energy tore through the sky towards Yan Yi, and Luo Jun had the Mortal Emperor's sword in his hand as he followed right behind it. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Luo Jun attack, and he immediately issued a command in his heart. The swords started attacking everything around them while Yan Yi collided with Luo Jun. Bang! The wooden sword and Mortal Emperor's sword collided forcefully, and then 2 strands of sword chi suddenly erupted from the point of collision. The formidable strength contained within the strands of sword chi instantly blasted both of them over 1 kilometer backward. "Ha ha! Yan Yi, how could you do this? Why didn't you invite me to something this fun?" Right at this moment, a blood-red ray of light shot over from the horizon, and a string of wails and howls resounded in its path. At the same time, a ray of violet light flickered over from afar, and it wasn't long before the violet light appeared in front of Yan Yi. The violet light dispersed and revealed the fluffy violet mink that was within it. Both Yan Yi and Luo Jun didn't launch another attack because all Luo Jun's soldiers and the experts on his side had converged together and gotten into formation. Even though those 100,000 swords were formidable, Luo Jun had a huge amount of forces, and the swords would be instantly restrained if they were to split up and deal with each sword as a group. Yan Yi issued a command in his heart, and all the swords returned to the sword chest. Luo Jun didn't order another attack because it was completely meaningless. After all, if Yan Yi's group fled, then he was the only one on his side who could catch up to them. Yan Yi's group of 3 stood in confrontation with Luo Jun's army from afar. Yan Yi glanced coldly at Luo Jun's army and said, "This slaughter wasn't the first, and it isn't the last. They'll kill anyone who dares to come within 50 kilometers of ancient domain city. Come give it a try if you don't believe me. You can see if your so-called mortal emperor is able to protect your lives." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi held the violet mink in his arms as he turned around and left with Corpse Ancestor. Luo Jun's expression was gloomy as he remained silent. Luo Jun's army was silent as well. They wanted to step forward and fight Yang Yi as well. They wanted to use their strength to tell Yang Yi that one should be humble. Unfortunately, they were very clearly aware that attacking Yang Yi was no different than giving their lives away. Can anyone within the Exalt realm fight that monster, Yang Yi? Our mortal emperor. The Central Territory's morale had been crushed to an unprecedented low by Yang Yi, and it was even to the extent that many powers and sects had aroused the intent to retreat. Luo Jun fell silent for a while in midair before he said, "Retreat. Send the army north and conquer the Northern Territory first. That'll waste a huge amount of time." One of the old men by Luo Jun's side spoke in a low voice. "If we are to retreat now, then it wouldn't just waste a huge amount of time, it will cause our morale to drop even further. Please reconsider your decision, mortal emperor." Luo Jun shook his head and said, "Our morale will fall even more if we stay. We need a victory now. Only a victory can improve the morale of our forces, and only a victory would be able to renew their confidence in my exalted Han Empire. Most importantly, it's meaningless for us to stay here. We can take ancient domain city by force, but the price we pay will be extremely huge. If our losses are too severe, then how would we go against the demon race and devil race in the future even if we conquer the Northern Territory?" The old man fell silent for a while before he sighed softly. All of them were in such high spirits when they just came to the Southern Territory. Yet now, a drastic change has occurred once Yang Yi showed himself. The mortal emperor really shouldn't have made Yang Yi his enemy just for the sake of the Flower Palace. It wasn't long before Luo Jun's army retreated from the Southern Territory. However, Luo Jun and some of the 9th rank Exalt Realm experts didn't travel to the Northern Territory. After all, just the Northern Territory wasn't worthy of him, Luo Jun, leading the army himself. He had more important matters to attend to. The entire Southern Territory seethed with excitement when they found out that Luo Jun's army had retreated from the Southern Territory. Yang Yi, Ding Xiaoyao, and the others heaved sighs of relief as well, because they could finally catch their breaths and make some plans. On the other hand, Yang Yi finally had some time to cultivate and practice on his sword techniques. Of course, most importantly, he had time to be with Su Qingshi, Yang Yanxue, Little Yao, and the others. "You want me to go to the Demon Territory? To the Heavenly Lightning Pool?" Yang Yi gazed at the Demon Emperor in his room and spoke with astonishment. The Demon Emperor arrived at Ancient Domain City just moments ago, and had asked Yang Yi to come with him to the Heavenly Lightning Pool in the Demon Territory. The Demon Emperor nodded and said, "If you use ordinary methods to improve your strength in order to attain the Monarch Realm. No, even if it's the 9th rank of the Monarch Realm, it would probably take you over 10 years or even longer. But you should be very well aware that you don't have such time. So, we can only utilize unusual methods to improve your strength." "What's the Heavenly Lightning Pool?" asked Yang Yi. "It's the place that the Divine Gold Dragon clan utilizes to temper their physical body," the Demon Emperor said. "It's the cultivation paradise of the Divine Gold Dragon clan. ID wanted to let you go there to improve your strength and temper your physical body a long time ago. However, the Dragon Emperor refused to allow it at that time. But he's prepared to side with the hallowed grounds now, so he has no choice but to agree. If he refuses, then just ask Elder Mu to show himself there, and we'll see if the Divine Gold Dragon Clan will dare to refuse. The place that the Divine Golden Dragon Clan utilizes to temper their physical bodies? Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. Head experienced the physical defense of the Divine Gold Dragon Clan for himself, and it was something his physical body couldn't compare to, even if they didn't activate the Divine Dragon armor. He was able to break through their defenses, but it didn't represent that his own physical defense could compare to them. Does the Demon Emperor intend to act against the Divine Gold Dragon Clan? Otherwise, why would he ask me to do that to the Divine Gold Dragon Clan? The Demon Emperor spoke abruptly. You're aware of the Divine Dragon armor, right? Yang Yi nodded. He was naturally aware of it because he would have been absolutely helpless against that Divine Gold Dragon if he hadn't activated his sword domain. Such defenses were truly too abnormal within the Exalt realm. Of course, it was much weaker when compared to how abnormal Corpse Ancestor's physical defense was. But it was still very terrifying. The Demon Emperor continued. The dragon race's Divine Dragon armor is obtained there. They're able to obtain the gifts of the Divine Dragon Clan by overcoming the tests there. Moreover, the Divine Dragon armor isn't the best gift. There's another superior technique called the Divine Dragon Ancestor armor. It's countless times stronger than the Divine Dragon armor because it's a gift from the ancestor of the Divine Dragon Clan. However, there hasn't been a single member of the dragon race that has obtained it. Why? Asked Yang Yi. The Demon Emperor shook his head and said, I don't know. Perhaps the Dragon Emperor might know the answer. In short, heading to the Heavenly Lightning Pool would be extremely beneficial to you, and even if you can't obtain the Divine Dragon armor or other gifts from the Divine Dragon Clan, just allowing your physical body to be tempered within the Heavenly Lightning Pool would cause your physical strength and defense to improve greatly. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, If I were to head to the Demon Territory, then what would everyone in Ancient Domain City do if Luo Jun or the Hallowed Grounds attack? Truthfully speaking, he was truly unable to leave Ancient Domain City without feeling worried. He was especially worried because of the Hallowed Grounds. Because the battle with Swedeng Feng allowed him to gain a completely new understanding of the Hallowed Grounds' strength. Not to mention Monarch Realm or Half-Saint Realm experts, Ancient Domain City would probably be in great trouble if the Hallowed Grounds just sent a few of those monstrous geniuses in the Exalt Realm who were ranked higher than Swedeng Feng. You're wrong! The Demon Emperor spoke in a solemn tone. Ancient Domain City would truly be in trouble if you don't improve your strength. It wouldn't just be Ancient Domain City, even all of us who are resisting the Exalted Han Empire and Hallowed Grounds with you would be in deep trouble. Because everyone is abiding by a rule right now, and it's one that prohibits interference by Monarch Realm experts. So, all of you Exalt Realm experts are the key. Just like this very moment, the Exalted Han Empire's actual strength is numerous times stronger than the Southern Territory, but it doesn't dare to storm the Southern Territory because of that rule. But how long will everyone abide by this rule? Do you think that you would be able to resist the Exalted Han Empire if it stopped abiding by that rule? Yang Yi shook his head. If it weren't for Elder Mu who'd forced the Exalted Han Empire's Monarch Realm experts to abide by that rule, the Southern Territory wouldn't be able to resist the Exalted Han Empire at all. You don't have to worry about Ancient Domain City. Ordinary people aren't able to defeat that fellow, Corpse Ancestor, at all. Even if the Hallowed Grounds sends its experts here, they would probably be unable to gain an advantage over him. After all, his physical body is practically invincible in the Exalt Realm. Besides that, even though Monarch Realm experts of the Hallowed Grounds have headed to the Exalted Han Empire, they haven't taken any action. I presume that they won't be making any moves in the near future. Otherwise, Luo Jun wouldn't have retreated, said the Demon Emperor. Yang Yi nodded and said, Allow me to make some arrangements, and then we'll depart immediately. In next to no time, Yang Yi made arrangements for everything within Ancient Domain City and left Corpse Ancestor in the city before he headed to the Demon Territory with the Demon Emperor and the Violet Mink. The Central Territory. There wasn't a single soul within the throne room. My Hallowed Grounds has given the order to kill Yang Yi. What's your Exalted Han Empire's stance on the matter? Death. Since that's the case, then I'll notify the hallowed grounds right now. The half-saints of my hallowed grounds aren't able to come here with ease, so I hope Brother Luo will lend us your strength when the time comes. Of course. In that case, we'll begin the plan to slaughter a saint once the experts of my hallowed grounds arrive. Chapter 604. The Demon Territory. Heavenly Lightning Pool. The sky here was dark and filled with lightning clouds. The ground here was covered in towering peaks that pierced the sky. Numerous enormous divine gold dragons were circling the air above the towering peaks. Yang Yi was shocked when he witnessed this scene, because he had noticed no less than 10 monarch-ranked divine gold dragons with a single glance, and there were at least 500 or 600 at the exalt rank. Yan Ye's face turned grim when he thought about how the divine gold dragon clan was about to head to the hallowed grounds and might join forces with the hallowed grounds. If all of these divine gold dragons were to swarm out, then not to mention the southern territory, even Luo Jun's army would probably find them difficult to deal with. After all, the physical defense and speed of these colossi wasn't something that just any exalt realm expert could deal with. As if Shed sensed Yan Ye's emotions, the violet mink rubbed her forehead against Yan Ye's face, and then she waved her little claw against the enormous dragons in the distance. It was like she was trying to tell him that they were nothing worth mentioning. The Demon Emperor sighed lightly in his heart when he noticed how close Yang Yi and the violet mink were. Yan Ye's future was unknown because he had made too many enemies. Moreover, his character was too unyielding, and he didn't know how to be flexible. Most people with such character didn't live for long. If Yang Yi didn't possess extremely terrifying strength and potential, and if the violet mink's relationship with Yang Yi wasn't this profound, he would absolutely not allow the violet mink to be with Yang Yi. However, the Demon Emperor did feel a huge amount of admiration for Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi was a very loyal person, and that was also the main reason why he hadn't objected to the relationship between Yang Yi and the violet mink. The Demon Emperor restrained his thoughts and said, "Come, let's head over to the lightning pool." Yang Yi nodded, and then he held the violet mink in his arms as he flashed towards the distance. Roar! Right at this moment, a dragon roar suddenly resounded from the horizon, and then a divine gold dragon that blotted out the sky appeared on the horizon. It was actually so huge that it blotted out the sky for over 500 kilometers. "Demon Emperor, why have you brought him to my territory?" The enormous gold dragon spoke while a strand of dragon breath sprayed from between its jaws. Everywhere it passed, space was actually compressed to the point of crumpling together. The Demon Emperor said, "Dragon Emperor, Yang Yi intends to use your clan's heavenly lightning pool. I hope that you'll make an exception for him." "What a joke!" The divine gold dragon's voice reverberated through the world. "The heavenly lightning pool is my clan's paradise of cultivation. Not to mention a human, even your spatial mink clan can dream of encroaching on it." "Demon Emperor, even though our clans aren't on the same side, my clan doesn't wish to form enmity with yours. Take that human with you and leave," Yang Yi suddenly said. "What if I don't leave?" "How audacious!" The Dragon Emperor's voice reverberated like a thunderclap through the sky. "Human! Don't even think that you can act fearlessly before my divine gold dragon clan just because you have a master at the half-saint realm. He is fearless, so what are you going to do about it?" Right at this moment, an aged voice resounded, and then Elder Mu suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. "The half-saint." The Dragon Emperor's voice carried a trace of terror, and then his figure flashed into human form and appeared before Yang Yi's group. The Dragon Emperor had quite an unsightly expression on his face because a half-saint realm expert wasn't someone that he could go against at all. "Senior, my demon race has a half-saint as well," said the Dragon Emperor in a low voice. "Are you threatening me?" Elder Mu raised his head and shot a glance at the Dragon Emperor, and it was just this glance that made the Dragon Emperor's heart tremble. He was very arrogant and haughty, and he was very confident as well. However, he wouldn't be overconfident to the point of thinking that he could go against a half-saint. The gap between the monarch realm and half-saint realm was enormous, and he only knew of a single existence who could go against half-saints while at the monarch realm, the sword sex founding ancestor, He didn't think he could compare to the unfettered one at all. Even though the unfettered one was just a human, but not to mention the demon race, even the hallowed grounds was extremely fearful of him. Elder Moose said, I know that your demon race has a half-saint as well. However, that old fellow isn't from your clan. Do you really think he would fight me to the death for your clan? He wouldn't. But for the sake of allowing this disciple of mine to be strong enough to defend himself, I would. Senior, aren't you going a little too far? Said the Dragon Emperor in a heavy voice. Elder Moose shook his head. I stay aloof from the world, but I have quite a relationship with this kid, and I have some affection for him as well. I don't want him to be unable to protect himself once he's away from me. Dragon Emperor, not to mention using your dragon clan's heavenly lightning pool, I wouldn't even hesitate to get your blood essence if he needed it. Understand? The Dragon Emperor's pupils constricted. He didn't feel angry, and a strand of terror had appeared in his heart instead. Because he noticed that if this old man were to act against his clan, then his clan would be completely helpless. The demon race did possess a half-saint, but the old man was right, that half-saint wasn't from his clan, so why would that half-saint fight another half-saint to the death for the divine god dragon clan? When he thought up to this point, the Dragon Emperor forcefully suppressed the rage and killing intent in his heart, and then he glanced at Yang Yi. Since Senior wants to use it, then go ahead. But allow me to warn you in advance that the heavenly lightning pool is filled with powerful heavenly lightning and countless other dangers. Don't say that I didn't provide any warnings if Senior's disciple suffers any mishaps within the pool. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled when he heard this. This fellow really doesn't know his limits. Elder Moon nodded lightly when he heard the Dragon Emperor's agreement, and then he turned around and said to Yang Yi, Cultivate well. Don't worry, if anyone tries to play tricks and causes your death, they'll bury that person's entire clan with you. The Dragon Emperor's eyelids twitched while killing intent flashed through his eyes. Yang Yi glanced at the Dragon Emperor and nodded. Don't worry, Senior Dragon Emperor is here, so how could anyone possibly accomplish that? Right, Senior Dragon Emperor? The Dragon Emperor didn't even glance at Yang Yi as he spoke flatly. The lightning pool is filled with dangers, but you only possess the body of a human. There would probably be no need for anyone to act against you once you enter the pool. Senior Dragon Emperor, you don't have to worry about that. Yang Yi grinned. Elder Mu smiled as well, and then he nodded before he suddenly vanished on the spot. I have some matters to attend to, so you go with the Dragon Emperor. He won't make things difficult for you now. The Demon Emperor vanished on the spot as well. After Elder Mu and the Demon Emperor left, the Dragon Emperor grunted coldly and said, Come with me! His figure flashed towards the distance once he finished speaking. However, he didn't leave Yang Yi behind on purpose because that was completely meaningless. Yang Yi rubbed the little fellow's head, and then his profound energy surged into the stellar shuttle before he transformed into a ray of light that followed behind the Dragon Emperor. In next to no time, Yang Yi and the Violet Mink arrived at that so-called paradise of cultivation that belonged to the divine Gold Dragon clan, the Heavenly Lightning Pool. Yang Yi had just arrived here when the violet cloud lightning within him had flown out from the tiny vortex on its own, and then it floated before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression instantly became serious because he noticed that the violet cloud lightning was actually trembling. Chapter 605. A lightning pool of lightning that stretched endlessly into the distance stood right before Yang Yi. Why was it called a lightning pool? Because the pool was actually covered in bolts of lightning. Moreover, the sky above the pool was densely covered in dark clouds and countless bolts of lightning were raining down incessantly into the pool. Yang Yi was able to faintly notice a few colossi swimming through the pool, and when he focused his gaze over, he noticed that those colossi were actually divine gold dragons. They're tempering their bodies with heavenly lightning? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he gazed at the violet cloud lightning. The violet cloud lightning was a natural treasure, and Yang Yi hadn't seen it fear any other living being besides the tiny vortex. So, it made him wonder if there was some sort of terrifying existence within the pool, or perhaps a natural treasure that was superior to the violet cloud lightning existed within the pool? The heavenly lightning pool consists of a total of 9 levels. The lower you go, the stronger the lightning within it would be. Of course, the benefits would be greater as well. The amount of levels you can descend to will depend on your own ability. Right, don't blame me for not warning you about this. Even though you can obtain the divine dragon armor by arriving at the 6th level, you're only a human, so heading to the 6th level would be no different than giving your life away, said the Dragon Emperor in an indifferent tone. Yang Yi glanced at the Dragon Emperor and said, "Why use such methods to provoke me? Actually, there isn't any deep enmity between me and your clan, so why make it like we're both such terrible enemies? That isn't beneficial to both of us, isn't it? There is little common ground for understanding between people of different paths." The Dragon Emperor spoke indifferently. "There's no need to waste your breath. Go on down." Yang Yi shrugged, and he was just about to head down when the Dragon Emperor spoke abruptly. "Don't bring that spatial mink with you." The violet mink immediately glared angrily at the Dragon Emperor while violet light flickered on her little claws. The corners of the Dragon Emperor's mouth twitched when he witnessed this, and he said, "The physical body of spatial minks isn't strong. She is utterly incapable of enduring the heavenly lightning in the pool. Understand?" Yang Yi rubbed the little fellow's head and said, "Thank you for the warning, but I have my own methods." Yang Yi held the violet mink in his arms as he leaped down into the pool. A middle-aged man appeared in front of the Dragon Emperor when Yang Yi's figure descended into the pool. "He's the Sword Emperor Yang Yi, who killed my son?" The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. His gaze was gloomy, ghastly, and surged with killing intent. The Dragon Emperor nodded and said, "I know that you want to take revenge. I want the same as well. After all, when has our divine gold dragon clan suffered such a humiliation? However, I'm warning you not to act against him at all, otherwise no one will be able to save you." "I won't act rashly," said the middle-aged man. The Dragon Emperor nodded and said, "I've got in touch with the hallowed grounds, and they've decided to carry out a plan to annihilate that half-saint. So, it won't be long before you'll be able to kill him yourself." "Humph. At that time, let me see how the Demon Emperor will continue leading our demon race. It has been almost 10,000 years now. It's time for the demon race to have a new leader." A wisp of delight flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. "The hallowed grounds has decided?" The Dragon Emperor nodded and said, "Yang Yi killed Zhu Denfeng, who was ranked at the 10th position amongst the younger generation of the hallowed grounds, and that made the hallowed grounds feel threatened, because they refused to allow another unfettered one to appear in the continent. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi's master heavily injured a monarch realm expert of the hallowed grounds. How could the hallowed grounds endure all of that? So, Yang Yi and that half-saint are finished?" The middle-aged man suddenly asked. "Will our divine gold dragon clan be participating in the plan?" The Dragon Emperor nodded. The middle-aged man fell silent. After all, it would be great if the plan succeeded, but if it failed, then the divine gold dragon clan would be doomed. The Dragon Emperor seemed to be aware of the middle-aged man's concerns and said, "Don't worry, it will absolutely not fail. After all, it isn't just us who want them dead, there's the exalted Han Empire as well. Both the exalted Han Empire and the hallowed grounds won't hold back this time because they don't want to have two extraordinary enemies in the future." The middle-aged man took a deep breath when he heard this, and then he suddenly looked down at the pool of lightning and said, "How many levels do you think that hell be able to descend to?" The Dragon Emperor pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "The 5th level." The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched as he said, "He's only a human, yet he can actually descend to the 5th level?" The middle-aged man was very shocked because the most dazzling geniuses of the divine gold dragon clan were only able to descend to the 6th level. Moreover, the reason they were able to descend to the 6th level was because the dragon race was born with a physical defense that far surpassed other demon beasts. But Yang Yi was just a human. So, the middle-aged man wondered how Yi's physical body could possibly compare to the physical body of a dragon. The Dragon Emperor said, "Don't underestimate him. He really is practically invincible amongst the Exalt Realm experts of the entire continent. Perhaps only in Nanjing can truly fight him." Then that's even more reason to kill him, said the middle-aged man. The Dragon Emperor nodded lightly and said, Let's watch and see. Both he and his master humiliated my clan today, and he'll definitely wash this humiliation away with the blood of his entire family. The middle-aged man suddenly said, What if he descends to the 7th level? Is that even possible? The Dragon Emperor laughed with ridicule, and then his figure vanished on the spot. The middle-aged man laughed with ridicule because he felt that his words were quite laughable. Because not a single Exalt-rank Divine Gold Dragon had been able to descend to the 7th level in the last 10,000 years. Divine Gold Dragons at the Monarch rank could descend to the 7th level, but they couldn't do so because Monarch rank experts were prohibited from entering the Heavenly Lightning Pool. Those who disobeyed this restriction would be cursed by the ancestor of the Divine Dragon Clan. So, even the Divine Gold Dragon Clan didn't know what resided in the 7th level. As for the 8th and the 9th level, they would have thought that the 7th level was the deepest if there were no records left in the clan. Because the 7th level wasn't a place that Exalt rank experts could resist. The middle-aged man shook his head and vanished on the spot. After he entered the pool of lightning, the first thing Yang Yi felt was comfort. Yes, comfort. The heavenly lightning didn't cause him any trouble, and it made him feel like he was being massaged instead. It was extremely comfortable. So, Yang Yi immediately decided to descend to the tuned level. However, the tuned level was still the same, so he continued downwards. In next to no time, Yang Yi arrived at the 5th level, and he finally frowned when he arrived here. Because it didn't feel comfortable anymore, and it was numbing instead. The lightning was growing stronger, so his entire body felt quite uncomfortable here. However, it wasn't severe. So Yang Yi decisively descended to the 6th level. Once he arrived at the 6th level, a strand of violet light flickered as the little fellow immediately entered the primordial pagoda. Hiss! Yang Yi gasped because the lightning in the 6th level was a few dozen times more terrifying than the lightning on the 5th level. However, Yang Yi wasn't worried but delighted. Because he noticed that the lightning could really temper his body. But for some reason, its effects were quite minimal. The Dragon Emperor said that I would have the opportunity to obtain the Divine Dragon Armor upon arriving at the 6th level. Do I need to comprehend it myself or obtain it through other methods? Alas, that old bastard. I'll definitely skin him alive one day. Yang Yi attached great importance to the Divine Dragon Armor because his physical body could definitely improve by a level if he obtained it. Unfortunately, the Dragon Emperor hadn't told him how to obtain it. Yang Yi pondered for a moment before he continued downward. Even though the lightning here made him feel slightly uncomfortable, his body, which had been reconstructed by the primordial violet energy, was still able to resist the lightning here. The further down he went, the stronger the lightning would be. Yang Yi stopped when he approached the 7th level because the lightning around him wasn't the size of an arm anymore, and it was thick like a pillar instead. These pillars of lightning were ceaselessly striking him, and causing his entire body to hurt. Yang Yi knew that he couldn't force his way down. The violet cloud lightning still remained in front of him. To Yang Yi's surprise, the lightning in the surroundings posed no threat to the violet cloud lightning, and it was even to the extent that the pillars of lightning feared the violet cloud lightning a little. Is the thing which the violet cloud lightning fears further down? Yang Yi pondered for a moment before he discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind, and he allowed the pillars of lightning to strike him at will. Yang Yi wasn't aware that the entire Divine Gold Dragon clan was seething with excitement when he entered the 6th level, and countless dragons had arrived by the side of the heavenly lightning pool. Who's the one that entered the deepest area of the 6th level? Has another genius appeared in our clan? Could it be Long Ling? What nonsense! Long Ling is still cultivating behind closed doors. How could she possibly be within the heavenly lightning pool? If it isn't Long Ling, then is it Long Tian? That doesn't seem possible as well. He's receiving the inheritance of our clan right now, so it's impossible for him to be here. Quiet down! The Dragon Emperor is here! The Dragon Emperor and the middle-aged man from before arrived by the side of the pool, and both of their expressions could be said to be unsightly to the extreme. because they hadn't expected that Yang Yi would directly descend to the deepest area of the 6th level upon entering the pool. Is he really just a human? Right at this moment, a woman who was covered in golden scales appeared before the Dragon Emperor, and she gazed at him as she said, "Grandfather, has another genius appeared in our clan? Who is it?" The corners of the Dragon Emperor's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "It isn't a dragon who's down there. It's a human. You should have heard of his name. He's the Sword Emperor of the human world. That Sword Emperor who killed Long Qian outside the Saint Ruins?" The woman's brows raised while killing intent surged within her eyes. The Dragon Emperor frowned and said, "Linger, I know that you want to avenge Long Qian. But I'm warning you not to challenge him no matter what. Understand? Grandfather, could it be that you think that my current strength isn't sufficient to rival a human?" Long Ling spoke in a low voice. "He hasn't just killed Long Qian, he even refined Long Qian into a puppet. Grandfather, are you telling me that you can endure such a humiliation? I know that he has a master at the half-saint realm, so you're unable to act against him. But we who are in the same realm of cultivation as him can, right?" The Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, "He isn't even a little bit weaker to the Sword Sect's founding ancestor at his age, and it's even to the extent that he's stronger than the Sword Sect's founding ancestor at this age. Understand?" Long Ling's heart shook. "That fellow Yang Yi is already that strong? My God! He has entered the 7th level. He entered the 7th level." Suddenly, a sharp cry resounded. All the others looked over towards the pool, and they saw a huge character which represented 7 floating up from the pool. Chapter 606. Roar. Countless divine gold dragons roared madly with excitement. "Ha ha! The heavens really favor our divine gold dragon clan. After 10,000 years, someone from our clan has finally been able to descend to the 7th level. Ha! Who is it? Who is it? When did such a monstrous genius appear in our clan? Ha ha! Lord Dragon Emperor really kept this secret so well. We were actually completely unaware that such a peerless genius had appeared in our clan. Ha! Our clan finally has a chance to seize the position of overlord in the demon territory." The Dragon Emperor, the middle-aged man, and Long Ling had very unsightly expressions as they listened to the voices coming from the surroundings. "Is it possible to be in error?" the middle-aged man said. "That fellow is only a human. Descending to the 6th level is practically his limit. How could he possibly descend to the 7th level?" The Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, "Perhaps it would be impossible if it was any other person, but it really might be possible if it's Yang Yi. Just think about it. Has anyone throughout the continent's history in the last 10,000 years possessed a natural talent that was superior to him? None. Even the Sword Sect's founding ancestor's natural talent was probably inferior to his. Besides that, his physical body has been affected by some sort of fortuitous encounter, and that's why the heavenly lightning pool isn't able to stop him at all. Our clan will definitely be in great danger while he lives," said the middle-aged man in a low voice. A cold glow flashed through the Dragon Emperor's eyes as he said, "He will die." While he tempered his body at the 6th level, Yang Yi noticed that while those pillars of lightning could ceaselessly temper his body, it was still too slow for his liking. Coupled with the fact that he felt the 6th level wasn't his limit, so he decided to descend to the 7th level. The 7th level wasn't like the edge of the 6th level, which was filled by pillars of lightning. The 7th level was covered in thumb-sized balls of lightning, a dense expanse of them. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face because the energy contained within the balls of lightning was truly too terrifying. It was terrifying to the point he had to utilize 10th level sword intent in order to blast them away. Had been caught off guard when he just descended to the 7th level, and one of the balls of lightning had struck his body and turned his chest jet black. Yang Yi was very clearly aware that even Corp's ancestor would be burnt by the lightning here. What sort of world is this? Yang Yi frowned as he gazed at the balls of lightning that filled his field of vision. The 6th level really could be used to temper his body, but the 7th level wasn't a place that Exalt Realm experts could utilize to temper the body at all. It should be a place for Monarch Realm experts to temper their bodies. After pondering deeply for a moment, Yang Yi stopped on the spot before he gradually restrained his sword intent and allowed the balls of lightning to approach him. He didn't dare allow the balls of lightning to come into direct contact with his body, and he only allowed the electricity they emanated to touch him and temper his body. Time passed by slowly. Yang Yi seemed as if he was wearing a net of electricity that densely covered his entire body. They ceaselessly stimulated his body and induced a gradual transformation in his skin. Even though it was a very fine transformation, it was a transformation, and it delighted Yang Yi. After all, it was extremely difficult for his physical body to be improved after it was tempered by the primordial violet energy. Had attempted to temper his body with the nether ghost flame and violet cloud lightning, but the effects were almost negligible, and it was far inferior to the current effect of the electricity here. Besides that, Yang Yi was pleasantly surprised to notice that his sword intent was actually undergoing a transformation while he controlled it to repel the balls of lightning. These balls of lightning are actually able to affect my sword intent. What exactly are these balls of lightning? Yang Yi was quite pleasantly surprised, but he felt even more shocked because these lightning balls were very mysterious. A short while later, Yang Yi shook his head, stopped thinking about all of that, and continued to draw the balls of lightning over and temper himself. Yang Yi wasn't aware that the electricity throughout the pool had actually started to move restlessly when he entered the 7th level, and utilized the balls of lightning to temper himself. The electricity surged incessantly while lightning rained down without end from the dark clouds above the pool. All the dragons here were astounded by this scene. "Dragon Emperor, what's that fellow doing down there?" The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. "Should we force him out of there?" The Dragon Emperor pondered deeply for a short while before he shook his head. He wanted to drag Yang Yi out of there, but he didn't dare to do so. Because if anything were to happen to Yang Yi, then that geezer at the Half-Saint realm would definitely go berserk and take revenge on his clan. How could he resist the revenge of a half-saint? The demon race had a half-saint, but that half-saint might not step forward and protect his clan after had decided to break away from the demon race that was led by the demon emperor. Because his divine gold dragon clan and the spatial mink clan could be considered to be on opposing sides. Besides that, even if the demon race's half-saint was willing to protect his clan, if a half-saint was truly determined to annihilate his clan, then it would be utterly impossible to stop that half-saint unless two half-saints joined forces against that half-saint. The demon emperor was truly unable to endure it when he saw Yang Yi causing trouble within the heavenly lightning pool. But it just so happened that he had no choice but to endure it even if he didn't want to. "Could it be that we should just allow him to continue causing trouble down there?" The middle-aged man frowned. The Dragon Emperor remained silent for a short while before he said, "Go notify the seniors in the deepest caves. Tell them that I've decided to use the full forces of our clan to participate in the Hallowed Grounds plan to kill that half-saint." The middle-aged man's heart shook, and he remained silent for a short while before he turned around and left. This time, their clan didn't have a way out. Victory meant prosperity for their clan, and defeat represented destruction. Time passed by slowly. Half a month later, Yang Yi was completely wrapped within the balls of lightning in the 7th level of the heavenly lightning pool, and besides the traces of sword intent that leaked out from time to time, the entire 7th level was completely deathly silent. Just like that, another 15 days passed. Suddenly a strand of sword chi swept out from within the balls of lightning that enveloped Yang Yi, and then all of them were slashed into dispersion. Huff! Yang Yi took a deep breath before he smashed his fist forward, and the space before him instantly warped and formed an extremely strange scene. An arc curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth when he witnessed this, and then he suddenly twisted his right fist. Bang! The warped space before him was instantly blasted into pieces and formed a fist-sized black hole. The ability to crush space with just my physical strength. My current physical strength and defenses should be on par with most Monarch Realm experts. Yang Yi glanced at the balls of lightning in the surroundings and said, "They really are precious treasures." Now, Even if my physical body is inferior to that old bastard, it wouldn't be much inferior to him. I should compete with that old bastard when I have the chance. After a moment of excitement, Yan Ye's figure flashed and descended once more. He was really curious about what resided in the 8th level. Yan Yi was stunned when he arrived at the 8th level because it was completely empty. There was nothing here besides a single enlarged version of the balls of lightning from the 7th level. But right at this moment, the Nether Ghost Flame, Violet Cloud Lightning, Greenwood Spirit, and 9th Hell Cold Gale within Yan Yi had suddenly emerged from within him, and then he watched with astonishment as they simultaneously attacked that huge ball of lightning. Chapter 607. Hiss! Suddenly, a strand of dazzling and resplendent lightning shot out from the ball of lightning, and the 4 natural treasures were instantly blasted 300 m away upon coming into contact with it. Hiss! Another bolt of lightning shot out. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived before the 4 natural treasures, and then it smashed against them, causing them to be blasted another 300 m away. Yan Yi watched with astonishment as the 4 natural treasures suddenly converged together and fused into an enormous sword. The Sword of Elements! Yan Yi gulped. These 4 fellows actually merged together on their own to deal with that ball of lightning. What exactly is that ball of lightning? It was actually able to make these 4 fellows to put aside the hostility they felt for each other and join forces. Yan Yi was shocked and puzzled. After they formed the enormous sword, it actually shot forward by itself without Yan Yi controlling it, and it collided with the ball of lightning. Meanwhile, a gap suddenly appeared on the ball, and then a beam of white lightning sprayed out from within it, and collided with the enormous sword. Bang! The space around the point of collision trembled violently while waves of energy swept out incessantly. Meanwhile, the 4 natural treasures were blasted away once more. Yan Ye's pupils constricted when he witnessed this scene. What sort of monster is this ball of lightning? Oh! Right at this moment, a voice resounded from within the ball, and it made the corners of Yan Ye's eyes twitch while he grabbed the wooden sword in his hand. The 4 natural treasures returned to Yan Ye's side, and they didn't dare attack anymore. They just converged together, as if they'd formed an alliance. The ball of lightning surged and warped before a little girl who wore a red dudu and had her hair done in pigtails appeared in front of Yan Yi. She had beautiful features, and her large eyes were clear and pure. She seemed extremely cute. Yan Yi was stunned. What the heck is this? The little girl's eyes lit up when she saw the 4 natural treasures, and then she spoke in a clear and melodious voice. Tasty! As soon as she finished speaking, a bolt of lightning appeared beneath her feet, and then she was in front of Yan Yi. Next, she stretched one hand towards the Violet Cloud Lightning while the other went towards the Nether Ghost Flame. Both the Nether Ghost Flame and Violet Cloud Lightning immediately started trembling violently, and then they flashed into the Primordial Pagoda. The little girl blinked when she grabbed nothing but air, and then she grabbed at the Greenwood Spirit and 9th Hell Cold Gale. The 2 of them hadn't reacted as quickly at the Nether Ghost Flame and Violet Cloud Lightning, so they were immediately caught. After that, Yan Yi watched with astonishment as the little girl moved them towards her mouth. She's going to eat them. Yan Yi was quite stunned by this. Yan Yi didn't allow her to eat them. He stretched out his hand and grabbed them as well because he didn't know whether he would be able to recover them once the little girl swallowed them. Yan Yi and the little girl were each holding half of the Greenwood Spirit and 9th Hell Cold Gale. The little girl gazed at Yan Yi, and then she spoke in that clear and melodious voice. You're not tasty! The corners of Yan Ye's eyes twitched as he said, Be good. You can't eat them. The little girl blinked and said, You intend to take my food from me. You're a baddie! The little girl swung her little fist that wasn't even a third of the size of Yan Ye's fist. Even though her fist was tiny, there was a ball of lightning covering it. Yan Yi didn't dare act carelessly when he noticed that ball of lightning, and he smashed his fist forward as well and collided with that ball of lightning. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as both Yan Yi and the little girl took quite a few steps back. Yan Yi revealed shock in his eyes because his fist had actually been scorched by the lightning. It hurts! The little girl puckered her tiny mouth and seemed to be upset. Yan Yi felt sorry for her when he noticed this. After all, she only looked like she was around 2 or 3 years of age. But in the next moment, 2 bolts of lightning suddenly shot out from her eyes and instantly arrived in front of him. Yan Yi's expression changed a little. He swung out a strand of sword chi that was enhanced by 10th level sword intent against those 2 bolts of lightning. Bang! The lightning exploded into pieces while the sword chi didn't lose any momentum as it shot towards the little girl. The little girl blinked, opened her mouth, and spat. A ball of lightning flashed out, and then it grew larger and larger. In an instant, it was over 300 m in diameter, and it completely enveloped Yan Yi's sword chi before smashing down towards Yan Yi. Yan Yi's pupils constricted at the sight of this. What exactly is that? It was actually able to destroy 10th level sword intent. Yan Yi suppressed the shock in his heart and took a step forward as he activated his sword domain. The ball of lightning instantly exploded apart into countless strands of electricity that dispersed into the surroundings. At this moment, the little girl finally revealed fear in her eyes. Yan Yi walked over to her, and then pinched her cheeks as he said, "What's your name?" Lei Lin. The little girl was clearly quite afraid of Yan Yi, and she even stuttered. "Why do you want to eat them?" asked Yan Yi. "Hungry. I'm so hungry." The little girl's eyes had actually moistened, but her tears seemed to be blue in color. Yan Yi's face darkened. She's hungry? She intends to eat natural treasures because she's hungry? My God! Those are natural treasures. How can she just eat them? You! Let me eat them, all right? She gazed at Yan Yi while revealing a pleading expression. The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched while he withdrew a heaven-rank spirit fruit, and he said, "How about this?" The little girl took one, placed it against her nose, and took a sniff. Her eyes lit up, and she nodded. "All right." As she spoke, she immediately placed it in her mouth, and it wasn't long before it vanished completely. After she finished it, she stretched out her little hand and blinked at Yan Yi. Yan Yi was quite generous, and he withdrew even more heaven-rank spirit fruits and gave them to her. The little girl was simply overjoyed. She took them and kept sending them to her mouth, and it wasn't long before she had finished all of them. After that, she stretched out her little hand again. Just like that, Yan Yi kept on giving while she kept on eating, and it wasn't long before she had consumed over 300 heaven-rank herbs and fruits. Moreover, she seemed like she still wasn't full. Even though Yan Yi had a huge amount of heaven-rank herbs and fruit, it still really hurt for him when she kept eating like this. However, he still let her continue because his sacrifice wasn't wasted at all. At this moment, she wasn't hostile to him anymore, or it should be said that she had become much closer to him. Because no electricity appeared around her while she came close to him. Around 2 hours later, the little girl wiped her mouth. Meanwhile, Yan Yi hurriedly withdrew 2 more spirit fruits and passed them to her. The little girl smiled sweetly and said, "I'm full." Yan Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Even though he had a huge amount of heaven-rank herbs and fruit, he was afraid that she would be a bottomless hole that could never be full. Fortunately, she was finally full. Yan Yi placed those fruits in her hand and said, "Keep them and eat them slowly because I'm leaving." The little girl blinked, and then she hurriedly grabbed Yan Yi's hand as she shook her and said, "Don't leave. I'm afraid of being hungry." Yan Yi's face twitched. What does she think I am? A sack of food? Meanwhile, she suddenly pulled Yan Yi's hand and started running towards a certain direction. Yan Yi was taken by surprise, and he was almost dragged to the ground. What terrifying strength! What exactly is she? Yan Yi was shocked. In next to no time, they arrived before a stone tablet, and then she pointed at it. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment before he walked over to it. The stone tablet instantly emanated a golden glow, and then a row of words appeared on it. "In the image left behind by the dragon ancestor, and I await here for the dragon ancestor's descendants." But I never expected that no descendant of the dragon race actually arrived here after 50,000 years of waiting. Has my dragon race ceased to exist, or have the defiant profounders escaped the seal? 50,000 years of waiting exhausted all my energy, and it'll vanish for eternity tomorrow. I have no choice but to place the dragon ancestors' inheritance within this stone tablet. I hope the descendants of my dragon race will be able to inherit it. If someone not from the dragon race arrives here, then please take care of my dragon race once you obtain this inheritance. So long as you've obtained the inheritance of the dragon ancestor, then you can become a king of the dragon race. If you're a defiant profounder, haha, then everything would be meaningless. Yan Yi restrained his thoughts while his emotions surged in his heart. He hadn't imagined that the 8th level would actually be where the inheritance of the dragon ancestor resided. Unfortunately, not a single dragon of the dragon clan had been able to arrive here, and had benefited from it in the end. Yan Yi truly wondered if the dragon emperor would cough up blood upon finding out about this. What does becoming a king of the dragon clan represent? Yan Yi shook his head. He suddenly seemed to have thought of something and turned around to gaze at Lei Lin as he said, "How long have you been waiting here?" Lei Lin lowered her head and said, "Very long." Yan Yi couldn't help but feel pity for her, and he rubbed her head. In an instant, a strand of electricity shot through his body and numbed his entire body. Lei Lin blinked, and then she waved her hand. The electricity surging throughout Yan Yi's body vanished instantaneously. Yan Yi gulped down. Is she the god of lightning? Her entire body is covered in electricity, and it's even very terrifying. Lei Lin pointed at the stone tablet as if she was telling Yan Yi to head over. Yan Yi hesitated for a moment before he walked over to the stone tablet. Even though it might be dangerous to accept the dragon ancestor's inheritance, he didn't want to give up on it. Or it should be said that he would refuse to give up if there was even a chance of improving his strength. As soon as he touched the stone tablet, a strand of golden light suddenly surged out from within it. The golden light instantly enveloped Yan Yi, and then threads of red liquid appeared within the golden light before surging towards Yan Yi's body. As soon as the threads of red liquid came into contact with Yan Yi's skin, they broke through Yan Yi's skin without being obstructed at all and surged into his body. H. Yan Yi suddenly let out a shrill cry when the red liquid surged into him, and then his skin started to change. A pure gold scale suddenly appeared on Yan Yi's foot, and then a second, third. Chapter 608. The process was extremely painful, and it was at least a few dozen times more painful than when he tempered his body with the nether ghost flame. How strong was Yan Yi's willpower? Had even been able to endure the pain from the nether ghost flame as it tempered his body, but he couldn't help but scream right now. Because these scales were growing out from within him, and they tore through his skin and meridians as they emerged. Moreover, Yan Yi noticed that the red liquid seemed to have entered into conflict with the blood within him. The red liquid seemed to intend to destroy his original blood, but his blood had been cleaned by primordial violet energy, and had become extremely strong. So, the red liquid from the stone tablet hadn't been able to destroy his original blood. Besides that, Yan Yi's blood was completely against this new blood that had entered his body, so the two of them started to collide with each other within him. Such an incident was simply torture to Yan Yi because every single collision between them caused him to suffer unbearably violent pain. The two different types of blood were colliding within him, while fine golden scales were still growing out from his skin. It wasn't long before Yan Yi's lower body was densely covered in fine scales. These scales were extremely fine like the wings of cicadas, but their edges were sharp like blades. Suddenly, a pair of golden dragon horns emerged from the top of Yan Yi's head. They were almost 30 centimeters long, and they seemed extremely strange on Yan Yi's head because he didn't look like a human anymore. On the other hand, the two types of blood within him were still fighting each other without showing any willingness to give in at all, so it overwhelmed Yan Yi with extraordinary pain. While Yan Yi received the inheritance of the dragon ancestor, the half-saint realm expert of the exalted Han Empire, Luo Dao, and 30 monarch realm experts had arrived at ancient Domain City. There were actually 5 ninth-rank Exalt Realm experts amongst them, and all of them were white-haired old men who seemed like they had one foot in the coffin. Ancient Domain City was covered in terror when a half-saint and numerous Monarch Realm experts arrived. Because they were probably tiny like ants before a half-saint. Undertaker, Yan Yi must die. The human race must be united. What do you think about that? Luo Dao gazed at Ancient Domain City as he spoke indifferently. Elder Mu appeared in midair and said, "What? Your central territory doesn't intend to abide by the rules anymore? Are you that confident in your ability to kill me? Truthfully speaking, just these forces of yours are insufficient. What if my hallowed grounds is included as well?" Right at this moment, a wave of fluctuation arose in the space above the city, and then 50 old men who wore the uniform of the hallowed grounds had appeared on Elder Mu's left. The pupils of the founding ancestor, and all the other Monarch Realm experts within Ancient Domain City constricted upon laying eyes on these 50 people because all of them were 9th-rank Monarch Realm experts. The blue-robed old man who led the group from the hallowed grounds gazed at Elder Mu and said, "The path of cultivation is difficult, and it's even more difficult to cultivate to the half-saint realm. You should be someone who's preparing to overcome the heaven path at any time. It's truly unwise to go against my hallowed grounds from just the human race. It's even more unwise for all of you to go against Yan Yi for that so-called dignity of your hallowed grounds," said Elder Mu. The blue-robed old man laughed coldly. "It's unwise? Aren't you thinking too highly of that disciple of yours? I can't deny that his natural talent and potential are formidable indeed, and it's even greater than the Sword Sex founding ancestor from all those years ago. But so what? Why would my hallowed grounds fear him even if he attains strength that's on par with the Sword Sex founding ancestor?" Elder Mu shook his head and said, "While you say you're unafraid, you're actually determined to kill him. How laughable! All right, let's cut the crap. Luo Dao, who else do you have on your side? Ask all of them to show themselves. I haven't exercised my muscles for over 10,000 years, so I'll play with all of you today. How could my divine gold dragon clan not be here when something as important as the eradication of a half-saint is being carried out? Count us in!" Right at this moment, 10 enormous Monarch Realm golden dragons appeared in the sky above the city. Meanwhile, the Demon Emperor appeared by Elder Mu's side. He gazed at the Dragon Emperor and spoke in a low voice. "Dragon Emperor, looks like you really intend to go against my demon race." "The demon race?" The Dragon Emperor laughed coldly as he said, "Demon Emperor, open your eyes and have a look. Look around you. Do you think this half-saint and Yan Yi have a chance? Joining forces with them to fight the hallowed grounds is akin to leading our demon race to death. How could my clan agree to that? My Divine Phoenix clan refuses to agree as well." Meanwhile, 10 fiery red phoenixes that blotted out the sky appeared here. The Demon Emperor's face turned grim when he witnessed this scene. "Tian Feng, even your Divine Phoenix clan intends to stand on the hallowed grounds side?" There were 4 clans that he wasn't able to control in the demon territory, and it was the Divine Phoenix, Divine Gold Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise clans. Because they were clans of divine beasts, and their strength and reserves weren't inferior to the Spatial Mink clan at all. The Divine Phoenix in the lead of the group transformed into a woman and said, "I don't see any hope for the demon race if it stands on the Southern Territory's side. Xiao Hu Qian Wu, show yourselves." As soon as she finished speaking, 10 white tigers that weren't smaller to the divine gold dragons appeared here, and then the ground outside Ancient Domain City quaked as 10 enormous tortoises that were comparable to mountains appeared within everyone's fields of vision. The 4 divine beast clans had converged here. The Demon Emperor's face turned utterly gloomy. Right at this moment, the blue-robed old man from the hallowed grounds suddenly said, "Demon Emperor, there's no enmity between my hallowed grounds and the demon race. So long as you leave right now, I guarantee that my hallowed grounds won't target your Spatial Mink clan in the future. Otherwise, your Spatial Mink clan will probably be vanishing from the continent after the matter here is resolved." The Demon Emperor fell silent for a short while before he shook his head, and then he waved his right hand. Space trembled violently before 20 enormous spatial minks appeared here. All of them were at the monarch realm. The Demon Emperor said. Dragon Emperor, Tian Feng, Xiao Hu, and Quan Wu. I know that all of you've been coveting the position of Demon Emperor for a very long time. Since it's like that, then let's put an end to it today. If our side loses, then my spatial mink clan will leave the demon territory and live within the spatial rifts. However, if you lose, then it'll definitely slaughter all of your clans. You won't have the chance to do that. The blue-robed man spoke coldly. I think he will. Suddenly Elder Mu spoke. 1 half-saint and 120 monarch realm experts. Ha ha! What extravagance! All right, let's cut the crap and fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mu flashed into space. Luo Dao followed right behind Elder Mu, and then the remaining monarch realm experts and monarch rank divine beasts hurriedly followed after them. The Demon Emperor was just about to lead the spatial minks over as well when Elder Mu's voice resounded abruptly. Just protect Ancient Domain City and prevent other monarch realm experts of the hallowed grounds from attacking it. The Demon Emperor pondered deeply for a moment before he led the spatial minks back into the city. Everyone within the city was looking up into the sky right now because the outcome of the battle was related to their fate. Chapter 609. After Elder Mu, Luo Dao, and the others entered into space, Luo Jun suddenly led over 10,000 Exalt Realm experts and almost 100,000 Spirit Realm experts to Ancient Domain City. After he found out about the hallowed grounds' resolve to slaughter the Undertaker, Luo Jun knew that his opportunity was here. Because both that half-saint and Yang Yi were definitely going to die this time. Because the exalted Han Empire had no need to care about any rules that were established with the Southern Territory after it obtained the assistance of the hallowed grounds. A young man from the hallowed grounds was by Luo Jun's side. It was a young man, but he seemed very much like a girl, and his clothes were quite androgynous as well. If one only took a single glance at him, many would probably take him to be a woman. There was a short saber hanging on the young man's waist. It was quite short to the point that it could be called a dagger instead of a saber. 10 other profounders from the hallowed grounds were following the young man, and there were both men and women amongst them. This is the Southern Territory? Hee hee. I never expected that thick-head fellow, Zhuodang Feng, would actually die in this abandoned world, the profounder continent. The even sadder part is that he actually died at the hands of a sword cultivator. Hee hee. I'm really growing more and more curious about that Sword Emperor Yang Yi. I wonder how he looks like. The man had quite a charming smile on his face, and his voice was very sharp and fine. If one just heard him without being able to see him, there would probably be no one who would think that he was a man. Luo Jun glanced at the man and the others from the hallowed grounds, and a solemn expression flashed through the depths of his eyes. Just a little while ago, a monarch realm expert of the exalted Han Empire had ridiculed this fellow, and then, the 11 of them joined forces and severed an arm of that monarch realm expert. Even though that monarch realm expert was only at the first rank of the monarch realm, it was still a monarch realm expert. Moreover, the 11 of them had merely executed a single attack, and just that attack had been sufficient to sever the arm of a monarch realm expert. Especially the man, Luo Jun had never seen such swift swings of a saber. It was swift, extremely swift. It was swift to the point Luo Jun had no confidence in his ability to resist it. However, this man was merely ranked at the 9th position amongst the younger generation of the hallowed grounds, and he was only superior to Zhuodang Feng. So, how terrifying were the top geniuses of the hallowed grounds? For the very first time, Luo Jun felt very lucky that he hadn't offended the hallowed grounds that day. Because unless he unified the entire continent and converged the faith energy of the entire continent, otherwise he wasn't confident in his ability to resist the hallowed grounds at all. Luo Jun knew that had been like a frog that was looking up at the sky from within a well, and had only possessed limited knowledge. How laughable! That fellow, Yang Yi, actually utterly offended the hallowed grounds, and he actually thinks that he can go against the hallowed grounds. How laughable is that? Let's attack the city! The man spoke abruptly. I have to rush back to the hallowed grounds and cultivate once we're done here. Otherwise, those 8 bastards who are ranked above me will move farther and farther away. Luo Jun, I really have to say that the energy in this continent is truly too scarce. It's so detestable. The corners of Luo Jun's mouth twitched a little when he heard the man speaking like a spoiled child, and then he forced out a smile as he said, Brother Yao Yi, the Demon Emperor is in the city. Stupid! The young man called Yao Yi rolled his eyes at Luo Jun and said, Soldiers fight soldiers, generals fight generals. He won't act against us. Moreover, there'll be people to deal with him even if he does. So, quickly give the order for your subordinates to attack the city. Don't you worry, I'll deal with Yang Yi and that skeleton for you. But how are you going to thank me? Luo Jun was slightly stunned, and then he laughed dryly and said, Brother Yao Yi, you must be joking. How could my exalted Han Empire possibly possess something that Brother Yao Yi would desire? I've taken a liking to you. Yao Yi suddenly blushed as he spoke. Luo Jun's face froze while the corners of his mouth twitched incessantly, and his expression was simply a sight to behold. Ha ha! Yao Yi suddenly covered his mouth as he chuckled, and he said, Look how afraid you look. I was just kidding. Attack! Everyone attack the city! Luo Jun was the first to flash forward and charge towards Ancient Domain City. Even though he ordered an attack on the city, it was actually an attack on the Grand Formation around the city. That Grand Formation was no decoration, and it was able to resist the attacks of Monarch Realm experts. However, it was on the verge of collapse when it faced the ceaseless attacks of over 10,000 Exalt Realm experts and 100,000 Spirit Realm experts. Cracks had even started to spread like spider webs throughout the formation. Ding Xiaoyao and the others had solemn expressions on their faces as they stood on the city walls. Meanwhile, Qin Xie said, We can't just watch. The formation will only be able to last a day, at most. They're waiting for us to leave the city. Ding Xiaoyao spoke in a low voice. See those 11 people by Luo Jun's side? If I'm not wrong, they are definitely from the hallowed grounds. The only mystery is the strengths they possess. All of you are finished. Meanwhile, Lan Yun spoke abruptly. Looks like the hallowed grounds is determined to destroy the southern territory and Yang Yi. Do you know who that fellow is? He's called the young Saber Emperor in my hallowed grounds. His swift strikes are something that even Monarch Realm experts might not be able to react to. Besides that, the other 10 people by his side are extraordinary geniuses of my hallowed grounds. Fighting 100 enemies each isn't difficult for them at all. So, my southern territory will definitely lose? Ding Xiaoyao glanced indifferently at Lan Yun as she spoke. What do you think? Lan Yun laughed coldly. Ding Xiaoyao withdrew her gaze. Meanwhile, Lan Yun continued. Isn't Yang Yi very strong? You can ask him to give it a try. Xiao Yushi gazed at Ding Xiaoyao. The latter pondered deeply for a short while before she shook her head, and then she sent a voice transmission to Xiao Yushi. The Demon Emperor has notified him, but for some unknown reason, he still hasn't emerged until now. The Demon Emperor wants to drag him out by force but is worried that a mishap might occur. Because Yang Yi is at the 8th level of the Heavenly Lightning Pool, which even the members of the Divine Gold Dragon clan have never gone to. According to the Demon Emperor, the situation is quite unusual. He'll be fine, right? Said Xiao Yushi in a low voice. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and said, He should be fine. If any mishap does occur, the Demon Emperor will forcefully tear space apart and take him out of there. However, he must come out soon, otherwise even if Elder Mu is fine, we won't be. Xiao Yushi suddenly said, Let me test the strengths of those fellows from the hallowed grounds. No! Qin Xie, Ding Xiaoyao, Lu Jianyao, and Su Qingshi spoke simultaneously. Qin Xie said, You're precious to that disloyal fellow. Wouldn't he go mad if a mishap were to befall you? Ding Xiaoyao said, Xie is right. Yushi, those fellows from the hallowed grounds aren't existences that you can resist. If you leave the city, then it doesn't matter whether you die or are captured, it would definitely be a blow which Yang Yi wouldn't be able to endure. We need a sword emperor who acts with reason and not an irrational madman. I'm still too weak. If an Nanjing were here. Xiao Yushi spoke softly. All of the others fell silent. If an Nanjing was here, then she really could go against those geniuses from the hallowed grounds. But the problem was that an Nanjing wasn't here. Right at this moment, a ray of blood-red light flashed through the sky above ancient Domain City. Bang! A skeleton descended to the ground outside ancient Domain City. Corpse Ancestor swung the blood-red saber in his hand and a blood-red ray that blotted out the sky slashed forward, and then a few experts from the exalted Han Empire who occupied the foremost position were enveloped by the blood-red light, while howls of misery resounded. Ha ha! Corpse Ancestor roared with laughter as he slowly pointed his blood-red saber at Yao Yi's group. He said, "Bastards from the hallowed grounds, let your ancestors see how monstrous all of you so-called monstrous geniuses are." After he found out that so many experts from the hallowed grounds and the exalted Han Empire had set out to kill Yang Yi's master, Corpse Ancestor didn't want to come here. However, he gave it some thought and hadn't chosen to flee in the end. Because he felt that Yang Yi and that half-saint wouldn't be defeated so easily. If both of them turned the situation around and attained victory instead, then he would be dead. Based on his understanding of Yang Yi's character, Yang Yi would definitely make him die in pain. So, he had no other choice and had come here in the end. Even if he was going to flee, he had to wait until Yang Yi's master had died or suffered defeat. That's the skeleton? Yao Yi revealed a trace of interest and he said, "Not bad. His strength really is not bad. His physical body is comparable to a half-saint. Brother Yao Yi, you shouldn't underestimate him." Luo Jun spoke in a low voice. Yao Yi shook his head and said, "It's only comparable but not a true physical body of a half-saint. Since it isn't a true physical body of a half-saint, then it isn't that difficult to deal with. Boer, you go test his strength. You can lose, but don't make us lose face. Otherwise, it'll tear off your clothes." "Oh right, I meant your skin." The corners of his mouth twitched, and then Boer charged towards Corpse Ancestor. The saber in his hand swiftly left its sheath, and then a wave of light swept out and instantly arrived before Corpse Ancestor. Corpse Ancestor grunted coldly while he raised his saber up high. In the next moment, he swung it down swiftly. A ray of blood-red light that was almost 300 m long flashed out and smashed against the wave of light. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded from the violent collision, and then countless waves of energy swept out and enveloped both Corpse Ancestor and Boer. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled groan resounded from within the waves of energy, and then a figure was blasted out from within. The spectators on the walls of ancient Domain City immediately heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene because it was that fellow from the hallowed grounds who'd been blasted flying. Corpse Ancestor shook his head and said, "Too weak. Swap him out for someone stronger." The expressions of the other members of the hallowed grounds became slightly unsightly. Boer stood up and laughed bitterly. "I exchanged a blow with him. His defenses were simply too abnormal, and I was unable to break through it. What a fool. Don't you know how to strike his eyes? His eyes are his weak point. No wonder you can't rise up to become the team leader of the Saber team." Yao Yi glared fiercely at Boer. Even though his voice and expression were slightly fierce, the sight of it actually aroused a strange feeling in others. It was like a girl pouting. Boer felt completely disgusted and was quite unable to endure it. He immediately moved to the side, closed his eyes, and seemed as if had entered into a meditative state. Actually, Luo Jun couldn't take it any more as well. If he wasn't afraid of Yao Yi's strength, he would have ordered his army to mince Yao Yi into pieces. After all, how could they take it when someone who looked like a man was acting like this? But Luo Jun could only crush such thoughts of his when he recalled the strength that Yao Yi possessed. Yao Yi glared fiercely at Boer again, and then he walked over to Corpse Ancestor. His figure swayed from side to side as he walked, and it seemed quite like how women walked. However, it wasn't really alike to the way women walked. It was extremely weird to look at. "What?" Corpse Ancestor suddenly said. Does the hallowed grounds have no one capable? Why has it sent someone that doesn't act like a man or a woman? The corners of the mouths of everyone from the hallowed grounds twitched when they heard Yao Yi, and then they gazed at Corpse Ancestor while pity filled their eyes. Luo Jun shook his head and gazed at Corpse Ancestor with slight pity as well. Sure enough, the smile on Yao Yi's face had instantly vanished without a trace, and it was replaced by icy cold gloominess. A ray of light flashed. It was extremely swift to the point that no one besides Corpse Ancestor had been able to see it clearly. However, while Corpse Ancestor had seen it clearly, it was too late for him to dodge it. Bang! The profounders of the Southern Territory watched with astonishment as Corpse Ancestor's figure flew over 1 kilometer away before smashing against the walls of ancient Domain City. Chapter 610. Corpse Ancestor stood up slowly. There was a gash that was 20 centimeters long and 3 centimeters deep on his chest, and it seemed very obvious on his skeleton figure. The pupils of Ding Xiaoyao and the other girls constricted violently upon witnessing this scene. That fellow was actually able to break through Corpse Ancestor's defenses? With just a single attack? Corpse Ancestor's physical body is comparable to a half-Saint Realm expert. What sort of monster is this fellow? How swift and strong! Xiao Yushi tightened her grip on the hilt of her saber, and her eyes were filled with seriousness. She trained in the saber as well. Even though she hadn't been able to see the man's attack clearly, she'd been able to sense it. It could be said that the man's speed was the fastest she'd ever seen, and even Yang Yi and Nanjing couldn't compare to him in terms of attack speed. How swift! 1,000 strikes in an instant! I never expected that a 7th-rank Exalt Realm Profounder like you would be able to accomplish something like that. Corpse Ancestor's voice was solemn for the very first time. Earlier, Yao Yi actually hadn't launched a single swing of his saber, and had instantly swung it 1,000 times instead. It was 1,000 attacks which were overlapped together then had broken through his defenses. Even some Monarch Realm experts weren't able to accomplish such a feat. I'd always wanted to kill someone or some beast by dismemberment. Unfortunately, I've never encountered such an existence because all of them weren't able to endure my attacks. But when I saw you today, I knew that I'll be able to accomplish my wish. Yao Yi took a step toward Corpse Ancestor, and a ray of white light flashed at the same time. At practically the exact same moment, 2 balls of flame shot out from Corpse Ancestor's eyes, and then a strange scene appeared. All the spectators watched with astonishment as those 2 balls of flames were suddenly split into 2, and then the sound of collision resounded as Corpse Ancestor was blasted flying again. Yao Yi took another step when Corpse Ancestor had just stood up, and then Corpse Ancestor was blasted flying again. Just like that, Corpse Ancestor stood up again and again before being blasted flying over and over again. Luo Jun and the others revealed smiles while Ding Xiaoyao and the others had utterly gloomy expressions on their faces. Because even until this very moment, they still hadn't been able to lay eyes on Yao Yi's saber chi. Corpse Ancestor could see them, but the problem was that he couldn't dodge it at all. Because it was too swift, truly too swift. It was swift to the point that even he couldn't dodge them in time. So, Corpse Ancestor was being gradually chopped up outside the city. At the 8th level of the Heavenly Lightning Pool, Yan Yi didn't just have 2 dragon horns on his head, his hands had actually transformed into a pair of golden dragon claws as well. The red liquid within and Yang Yi's own blood had entered into a stalemate within his body, and they seemed to have formed some sort of agreement. Both of them were residing within Yang Yi's body yet didn't attack each other. They just occupied half of his body respectively, and remained in harmony. This allowed Yang Yi to heave a huge sigh of relief because his body was on the verge of exploding apart from their battle. Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, and a ray of golden light flashed through his eyes at the instant they'd split open. Yang Yi seemed to have noticed something at this moment, and he lowered his head to have a look before he was stunned on the spot. What the heck? Yang Yi's voice carried a hint of panic in it. After all, while he envies the defensive ability possessed by the dragon race, he didn't want to become a half-man, half-dragon monster. Even though the scale armor which covered him looked very cool, he really didn't want to become a monster. Because how would he have more kids if he maintained such an appearance? That was a matter of utmost importance. After being in a panic state for a while, Yan Yi worked hard to calm himself and tried to control these scales. He gradually noticed that he could actually control them, and this made him feel overjoyed and speed up the process. Swoosh! Swoosh! As Yan Yi controlled them, the scales which covered his body shrunk back beneath his skin, and then they grew out from beneath his skin again. It didn't hurt as it had for the first time because he noticed that his skin had merged into one with the scales. How strong is my physical defense right now? Such a thought had just appeared in his mind when Yan Yi made his dragon scales emerge from beneath his skin, and then he withdrew the wooden sword and enhanced it with 8th level sword intent before striking it against his scales. Dazzling sparks sprayed from the point of collision, but there wasn't even a mark left behind on the scale armor. Yan Yi didn't hesitate to improve the sword intent he utilized to the 9th level, and then he swung it once more. Sparks sprayed again, yet not a single mark was left behind on the scale armor again. Yan Yi was delighted by this discovery. He increased his sword intent to the 10th level. This time, some fine marks had appeared on the scale armor, but those marks had just appeared for a moment before they vanished without a trace. Self-healing capabilities. Yan Yi couldn't restrain himself from roaring with laughter once he witnessed this scene. He was sure that his current defensive ability was absolutely not inferior to the corpse ancestor, and it might even be stronger. Besides that, the divine dragon armor wasn't a blessing or gift at all, and it was the inheritance of the dragon ancestor's blood instead. Yan Yi's guess was that the blood-red liquid which entered him was the blood essence of the dragon ancestor, and it had transformed him into a dragon after he devoured it. Even Yan Yi couldn't really believe it when he thought about it. "I'm hungry!" Suddenly, Lei Lin appeared before Yan Yi and stretched out her hand to him. Yan Yi smiled as he passed a few spirit fruits to her, and the latter instantly revealed a brilliant smile and hurriedly swallowed them. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Lei Lin, do you want to leave with me?" The little girl's strength was very mysterious, and Yan Yi felt that she wasn't a human at all. Of course, the main reason that had chosen to take her with him was that he truly felt pity for her as she'd been staying here all by herself. After all, she'd been here for a few tens of thousands of years. She was in a similar situation as the sword spirit. Lei Lin blinked and seemed like she wanted to nod with agreement, but she seemed to have thought of something and shook her head. She pointed downward and said, "There's a baddie there." "Hell, come out!" Yan Yi's pupils constricted as he said, "You're saying that someone is down there?" Lei Lin nodded and said, "It's a very formidable baddie. Even Grandpa Long couldn't kill him." "Grandpa Long? The dragon ancestor?" Yan Yi's expression changed drastically when he thought up to this point. Even the dragon ancestor was actually unable to kill him? Who exactly is down there? After a long moment of silence, Yan Yi abandoned his intentions to head down and have a look. He didn't want to court death. After all, even the dragon ancestor wasn't able to kill that fellow, so even if that fellow was sealed, he was definitely not in existence that he could go against. Yan Yi gazed at Lei Lin and said, "You're saying that he'll escape if you leave?" Lei Lin blinked for a long time, and then she seemed to have finally understood what Yan Yi meant and said, "The lightning formation. I'm here as its core." Yan Yi came to a slight understanding now. Lei Lin was just like the sword spirit's sword. She was suppressing some sort of terrifying thing, and the heavenly lightning pool wasn't a place of cultivation at all. It was an enormous lightning formation, and Lei Lin was its core. Yan Yi sighed lightly and rubbed Lei Lin's little head as he said, "Do you want to stay?" She shook her head swiftly while tears could be seen in her eyes. She said, "I'm so hungry, and I have no one to play with me. Don't leave, all right?" As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and grabbed Yan Yi's sleeve while looking at him with a pleading gaze. Yan Yi fell silent for a while before he said, "Will he never come out if you stay here?" Even though he really wanted to take Lei Lin with him, he didn't want to court death. After all, who knew what would emerge from below once Lei Lin left? He would truly be in trouble if it was a Saint Realm expert that emerged from within the formation. Lei Lin shook her head and said, I can sense that he's about to come out. Yang Yi was shocked. He said, Why? Lei Lin tilted her head to the side and thought about it for a long time before she said, A very formidable force appeared here some time ago, and then numerous cracks appeared in the formation. Moreover, that fellow below us absorbed a huge amount of energy. He's going to come out soon. The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched because he knew what it was. It was probably Mu Han's arrival and profounder continent. So I was the culprit. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, Lei Lin, how long will it take him to come out if you stay here? She raised a single finger. 100 years? Yang Yi heaved a slight sigh of relief. She shook her head. 1 year. Yang Yi's face stiffened, and then he asked, How long would it take for him to escape if you leave? She raised a single finger again. 1 month? She shook her head and said, 1 year. Yang Yi sighed lightly and took Lei Lin's hand as he said, Silly girl, I'll take him 1 year no matter what. So staying here will be like giving your life away. Just leave with me. As he spoke, Yang Yi took Lei Lin with him as he flew upward. She didn't resist him because she seemed to have figured it out after tilting her head and pondering for some time. A strange scene appeared when Yang Yi flew up with Lei Lin. Everywhere she passed, the lightning seemed like they'd encountered a king, and they moved aside swiftly. Yang Yi had asked her about the reason for this, but he didn't get an answer because even she didn't know why. All she knew was that she liked electricity and liked to eat. Especially the 4 natural treasures that Yang Yi possessed because she had repeatedly expressed her desire to eat them. How could Yang Yi let her? So, he had no choice but to give her even more spirit fruits, and she finally gave up on eating the 4 natural treasures after Yang Yi gave her over 100 spirit fruits. It wasn't long before they left the lightning pool under Lei Lin's lead. Yang Yi had just emerged from the surface of the lightning pool when a transmission talisman appeared in front of him. Merely a short while passed before Yang Yi's expression changed drastically, and then he took Lei Lin along as he tore space apart and rushed towards ancient domain city. Just a few moments after Lei Lin and Yang Yi had just left, the lightning within the pool suddenly started surging before a voice that carried boundless resentment and excitement resounded from within the pool. After 100,000 years, I, Zhang Junwei, am finally going to be free. In next to no time, the lightning pool calmed down and the voice vanished as well. Ancient Domain City. Bang! Corpse Ancestor was blasted flying again. At this moment, he was truly in quite a horrifying state because his entire body was covered in scars from a saber. They densely covered his entire body, and there were practically no gaps between them. Meanwhile, the eyes of all the spectators on the walls of Ancient Domain City were covered in terror and horror. Chapter 611. Corpse Ancestor didn't have the strength to fight back before Yao Yi's absolute speed, and all he could was just constantly endure being blasted flying. Fortunately, his physical body was sufficiently strong, so while his entire body was covered in scars, he was still alive. After being blasted flying once more, Corpse Ancestor roared as a monstrous wave of blood suddenly erupted from him and swept towards Yao Yi. A ray of white light that was practically impossible to catch with the eye flashed by, and then the wave of blood was instantly split into 2 before exploding apart in midair. It transformed into droplets of blood that dispersed into the surroundings. After that, another ray of white light flashed by. Bang! Corpse Ancestor had just stood up yet was blasted flying again. Continue the attack on the city! Yao Yi spoke indifferently. Breach the city, and then capture Yang Yi's women. I refuse to believe that he still won't show himself then. Luo Jun nodded, and then he ordered his army to continue the attack. Yao Yi withdrew his gaze and gazed at Corpse Ancestor as he said, Tell me, besides having pretty good bones, what else are you capable of? You vile monster? Come on, stop lying there and stand up again. Let me see exactly how formidable an expert from over 15,000 years ago is. Corpse Ancestor stood up. At this moment, there wasn't a single unharmed spot throughout his body, and it was fully covered in scars from the saber. It was especially so for his abdomen. It simply seemed like he was on the verge of being split into two at the waist from the number of gashes that had overlapped there. It was a truly horrifying sight. However, even though he was in such a state, Yao Yi was still unable to kill Corpse Ancestor. Corpse Ancestor, you should leave! Suddenly, Ding Xiaoyao spoke in a heavy voice from above the city walls. She was very clearly aware that it was pointless for the Corpse Ancestor to stay because that man's attack speed was truly too swift, and it was swift to the point that the Corpse Ancestor wasn't able to fight back at all. Hee hee! Corpse Ancestor laughed gloomily as he said, "If your ancestor, I, were to leave now, then I would probably never be able to hold my head up high before the hallowed grounds again. Even if you refuse to act like a man or a woman, and the sight of you makes me feel like vomiting, I have to admit that you're very strong. I'm afraid even that kid Yang Yi wouldn't be able to defeat you. However, do you really think your ancestor, I, am truly helpless against you? Ha! Looks like I have to cut you up again." Yao Yi spoke emotionlessly. Corpse Ancestor took a step forward. At the instant that his foot hit the ground, his aura suddenly rose explosively while the bones throughout his body actually swelled up and grew increasingly larger. It wasn't long before his entire body had almost doubled in size. Yao Yi's eyelids twitched as he said, "A secret technique? How laughable! Your body was already incomplete, yet you actually dared to execute a secret technique? Looks like you want to stay in this sorry state forever. If ITLL let me kill you and vent my frustrations, then any price would be a worthy one." Corpse Ancestor spoke gloomily while his body expanded steadily, and it wasn't long before his entire body was almost 5 times larger than before. Head transformed into an enormous skeleton. A ray of white light flashed. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, but Corpse Ancestor hadn't been blasted flying, and had merely taken 2 steps back. Nice! Countless profounders cheered with excitement from the city walls when they witnessed this scene. Earlier, they were on the verge of falling into despair from the strength that Yao Yi revealed. They were very clearly aware how terrifying Corpse Ancestor was, but Corpse Ancestor was actually unable to even fight back against that expert from the hallowed grounds. Truthfully speaking, at that moment, the hearts of everyone from the Southern Territory was filled with despair, and it was especially so because Yang Yi hadn't shown himself until now. They had no hope at all. Actually, many profounders felt that Yang Yi would probably not be a match for these experts of the hallowed grounds even if he did show himself here. Because Yang Yi had used all his strength to defeat Corpse Ancestor that day. On the other hand, that man from the hallowed grounds seemed as if he still hadn't become serious until now. Now, when they saw that the man from the hallowed grounds wasn't able to blast Corpse Ancestor flying, the flames of hope in their hearts had been rekindled. Ding Xiaoyao and the others heaved sighs of relief in their hearts as well. No matter what, Corpse Ancestor wouldn't be without the ability to fight back anymore. The sight of Corpse Ancestor being cut up over and over again was definitely a huge blow to the Southern Territory's morale. At that moment, everyone had witnessed the true terrors of the hallowed grounds, and many had started to feel fearful and horrified. Fortunately, Corpse Ancestor's strength had risen greatly, and it made them feel that Yao Yi wasn't as formidable as they'd imagined. Corpse Ancestor took a step forward. Bang! The ground cracked apart. Hee hee! What great strength! Even though ITLL only lasts for 2 hours, it should be sufficient to deal with you. Corpse Ancestor suddenly slashed with his blood-red saber, and then a blood-red ray of light flashed forward. It was extremely swift to the point of being on par with Yao Yi's swings, and it instantly arrived before Yao Yi. Yao Yi nodded lightly and said, "This is getting interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand moved a little, and then a ray of light flashed. This time, everyone saw the saber chi that he released. It was quite strange because it wasn't just a single strand of saber chi but over 1,000 of them. Over 1,000 strands of saber chi were linked together and overlapped. Everywhere they passed, space was torn apart, while a striking spatial rift, which was almost 300 m long, appeared in the air. All the spectators were astounded by this scene. When the saber-chi collided with the blood-red light that Corpse Ancestor executed, Corpse Ancestor's attack was like snow that melted in boiling oil, and it was instantly dispersed into countless specks of red light which rained down into the surroundings. On the other hand, Yao Ye's saber-chi didn't lose momentum at all and smashed towards Corpse Ancestor. The balls of flames in Corpse Ancestor's eyes blazed. He didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest and swiftly swung his blood-red saber against Yao Ye's saber-chi. Bang! The spectators in the surroundings watched with astonishment as Corpse Ancestor's blood-red saber was blasted into pieces, and then his figure was blasted flying again. In the end, he crashed down heavily against the grand formation that covered the walls of Ancient Domain City. Such a scene caused the pupils of everyone on the walls of Ancient Domain City to constrict. Yao Yi shook his head and said, "How boring! I just used a little strength, and you flew away. All right, since Yang Yi refuses to show himself, then I'll go capture his women. I heard he even has a daughter. That's great, I love children." Yao Yi flashed up into the sky as he spoke, and then the short saber hanging by his side suddenly left its sheath. An enormous wave of saber-chi shot forward violently and struck the grand formation. Bang! The entire barrier of light trembled violently while countless cracks appeared on it. The faces of Ding Xiaoyao and the others changed drastically. Again! Yao Yi shouted as he swung his saber again, and another wave of saber-chi flashed and smashed against the barrier of light around Ancient Domain City. Meanwhile, the 10,000-plus Exalt Realm experts and 100,000 Spirit Realm experts weren't standing by idly. They executed their strongest attacks as well, and countless attacks covered the heavens and the earth as they descended towards Ancient Domain City. Bang! Rumbling resounded incessantly. Continue! Yao Yi flashed forward as he waved his short saber once more, and then a wave of saber-chi tore through the sky as it slashed against the barrier of light. Bang! The barrier of light shook violently, and then everyone watched with horror as it rumbled and exploded into pieces. The grand formation is gone. Kill! Luo Jun's excited voice resounded through the surroundings. Ding Xiaoyao's pupils constricted when she saw so many experts swarming over, and she roared loudly. Everyone prepare yourselves to fight to the death! Chapter 612. Roar! Countless Exalt-rank dark beasts roared from atop the city walls, and then they leaped down and charged towards the exalted Han Empire's army. At the same time, the Exalt Realm experts in Ancient Domain City flashed forward and charged out of the city while executing their strongest techniques. The battle erupted. The overall strength of Ancient Domain City was weaker to the exalted Han Empire and Central Territory, but it didn't represent that the Southern Territory didn't have a fighting chance. Especially when they had the assistance of the Talisman Masters Association, so the armies on both sides were actually equally matched. Boer, all of you head over as well! Yao Yi spoke abruptly. Boer and the others nodded, and then they flashed over and joined the battle. Along with their arrival, the Southern Territory instantly fell into a disadvantaged position because there were at least a few Exalt Realm Profounders and Exalt rank dark beasts that fell wherever Boer's group passed. Boer and the others were like a sharp blade. They simply crushed everything in their path, and the Profounders of Ancient Domain City weren't able to resist them at all. The expressions of Ding Xiaoyao and the others turned grim when they witnessed this scene. On the other hand, Xiao Yushi and Su Qinshi exchanged glances before they flashed forward towards Boer's group. Qin Xie refused to display any weakness, and she flashed off in pursuit of them. Ding Xiaoyao was horrified. She turned around to gaze at Embark, who'd been standing silently by her side, and said, "Madam, please lend them a hand." Embark pondered deeply for a moment before she nodded, and then she moved her fingers a little before a faint ripple swept out. After all, over 30 black-clothed figures suddenly appeared on the walls of Ancient Domain City, and then they flashed off in pursuit of Xiao Yushi and the others. Xiao Yushi, Su Qinshi, and Qin Xie weren't a match for those fellows from the hallowed grounds. Fortunately, the assistance they received from those 30-plus black-clothed figures had allowed them to barely be able to keep Boer's group busy, but they were still in a disadvantaged position. Yao Ye's gaze descended onto Xiao Yushi and the others as he asked Luo Jun. "They are Yang Yes women?" Luo Jun nodded and said, "Why? Brother Yao Yi, are you interested in time? I'm only interested in handsome men like Brother Luo." Yao Yi blushed a little and glanced shyly at Luo Jun. The corners of Luo Jun's mouth twitched. "I was joking." Yao Yi suddenly cracked a smile and said, "Look how terrified you were. How boring!" Luo Jun laughed dryly and hurriedly changed the topic. "Brother Yao Yi, aren't you very curious about Yang Yi? So long as you capture them, then I guarantee that he'll definitely show himself. You could have been frank if you wanted to use me." Yao Yi rolled his eyes at Luo Jun. His gaze was quite seductive, and it caused the corners of Luo Jun's mouth to twitch violently again. Yao Yi suddenly withdrew his gaze and shot it towards Xiao Yushi and the others before he said, "No matter how weak they are, the members of my hallowed grounds aren't existences that Yang Yi can kill. Once those women are captured, cripple their cultivations, and then make them tools for the troops to vent. Brother Luo, what do you think?" Yao Yi seemed to have intentionally enhanced his voice with profound energy, so it swept far and wide, and it rumbled like a thunderclap by the ears of everyone here. Luo Jun glanced at Yao Yi while his heart shook. Because his intuition told him that Yao Yi seemed to really hate women, especially beautiful women. But it wasn't his business at all. Luo Jun smiled and said, "Even though it's quite a pity to turn beautiful women into such tools, it can't be helped. It's their fault for being ignorant and falling for Yang Yi. Ha! Brothers! Did you hear that? Hurry up and fight with all your might. Ha!" Countless experts of the exalted Han Empire roared madly with laughter. Ding Xiaoyou's expression changed violently as she swiftly shouted, "Yushi, quickly get back here!" Yao Yi laughed coldly and said, "It's too late for that." He was just about to attack when the roar of a dragon resounded from the horizon, and then a colossus appeared in the sky above ancient Domain City. Ding Xiaoyao instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she witnessed this scene, whereas the expressions of Luo Jun and everyone within his army changed drastically. Roar! The divine gold dragon roared furiously as it smashed down into the army. The expressions of all the experts below it changed drastically, and they fled madly in all directions. Bang! The entire ground there quaked while countless howls of pain resounded. Luo Jun's expression had turned unsightly because just this collision alone had caused the deaths of a few thousand Spirit Realm experts, and there were at least 100+ Exalt Realm experts amongst them as well. "Everyone who doesn't belong to my southern territory will die today!" Yan Yi held Lei Lin's hand as he walked off the divine gold dragon's back, and his voice reverberated like a thunderclap through the surroundings. The profounders from the southern territory immediately heaved sighs of relief when they saw Yang Yi. Regardless of what the situation was like, they felt that they had a chance if Yang Yi was with them. Because they'd never seen Yang Yi lose a battle until today. Conversely, the experts from the central territory revealed fear in their eyes. They were aware of Yang Yi's strength and reputation. Even if the experts of the hallowed grounds were here, they still weren't confident in their side's ability to defeat Yang Yi. Because just like the profounders of the southern territory, they'd never seen Yang Yi lose a battle. Yang Yi held Lei Lin's hand as he walked over to Yao Yi and Luo Jun. Not a single profounder from the exalted Han Empire dared to obstruct his path, and they made a path for him. Luo Jun's expression grew extremely unsightly when he witnessed this scene. He was just about to speak, but Yang Yi had disregarded him and gazed at Yao Yi. "I heard what you said." Yao Yi sized up Yang Yi and smiled seductively. "So what?" Yang Yi chuckled and said, "I never had any interest in torture, but I suddenly do now. Don't worry, I won't kill you later. It seems to me like you want to be a woman. It's fine, it'll toss you into the army of dark beasts later, and you'll be able to truly experience how it feels like to be a woman. Moreover, it'll extend this courtesy to all these other members of your hallowed grounds." A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it would incur the wrath of the dragon. What Yao Yi said just now had touched Yan Yes' reverse scale. Ha! Yao Yi started laughing, and it was slightly sharp. He laughed for a while before he shook his head while looking at Yang Yi. I admit that your strength is definitely not bad since you were able to kill Zhu Dengfeng. However, that merely represents that you're qualified to fight me, understand? Because of your insolence, you'll definitely realize everything I spoke about just now. I'm very sure of it. Moreover, it'll even make you watch the horrifying consequences that your women suffer. Yan Yi didn't waste his breath on Yao Yi anymore because it was completely meaningless. He turned around and pointed at Ding Xiaoyao as he said, Lei Lin, be good and go to that big sister, alright? Lei Lin blinked and said, I can help you with these baddies. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. Just help me take care of those big sisters, alright. Lei Lin was really strong. At the very least, according to Yan Yes' estimations, she was only slightly inferior to Zhu Dengfeng. However, she didn't seem to be skilled in battle and merely knew how to toss out lightning at random. Even he really feared her lightning if he didn't utilize his 10th level sword intent to resist it. Lei Lin nodded, and then she turned around and took 2 steps before she seemed to have thought of something. She turned around again and stretched out her little hand to Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled helplessly and placed 2 spirit fruits on her palm. Lei Lin smiled sweetly, and then she turned around and ran towards Ding Xiaoyao while holding those 2 spirit fruits in her hand. The scene of a little girl running amidst a group of Exalt Realm experts was quite strange. Luo Jun nodded slightly to one of the nearby Exalt Realm experts, and that Exalt Realm expert pondered deeply for a moment before he flashed forward and attempted to grab Lei Lin. Lei Lin stopped moving and blinked. 2 bolts of lightning shot out from her eyes and blasted against that Exalt Realm expert. After that, everyone watched with shock as that Exalt Realm expert was blasted into nothingness. Luo Jun's pupils constricted. What sort of monster is she? She actually blasted a 6th rank Exalt Realm expert apart in an instant. Where did Yang Yi find such a terrifying little monster? A trace of surprise appeared in Yao Yes' eyes as well. After she zapped that Exalt Realm expert to death, Lei Lin held the spirit fruits between her arms while she gazed at the other Exalt Realm experts of the exalted Han Empire. She said in a clear and melodious voice, All of you intend to take my spirit fruits as well? Those Exalt Realm experts instinctively shook their heads when Lei Lin gazed at them. After all, Shed instantly annihilated a 6th rank Exalt Realm expert. Lei Lin smiled sweetly when she saw them shake their heads, and then she stomped her foot lightly. A bolt of lightning appeared beneath her foot, and then Lei Lin immediately appeared by Ding Xiaoyao's side. The spectators were shocked once more because her speed was truly too swift. It was swift to the point many weren't able to see her movements clearly. Ding Xiaoyao was extremely shocked as well while she gazed at Lei Lin. She glanced at Lei Lin, glanced at Yan Yi, and muttered in her heart, Is she Yan Yes' illegitimate daughter? When he saw Lei Lin arrive within Ancient Domain City, Yan Yi waved his hand, and then the 5 sword servants he created from the experts of the hallowed grounds and the other 10 sword servants he had before that battle appeared around him. All of them went over to Xiao Yushi and the other's side under Yang Yes' command. Xiao Yushi and the others glanced at Yang Yi, and then they charged towards the other members of the hallowed grounds. Xiao Yushi and the others immediately gained the advantage when they were assisted by 15 sword servants. After Xiao Yushi and the others attacked, Ding Xiaoyao suddenly said, There's no need to protect the city. Everyone, head out to battle. Kill! The countless profounders within Ancient Domain City charged out of the city like men, and they charged towards the experts of the exalted Han Empire. Yan Yi flipped his right palm, and then the wooden sword appeared in his grasp. He said, Death to all who aren't from our southern territory! 10th level sword intent swept forward. Chapter 613. 10th level sword intent? Yao Yes' eyes flickered with dense interest. Not bad. Your sword intent is sharp, and it's even sharper than that thick-head fellow, Zhu Dengfeng. I never expected that profounder continent would actually be able to produce such a genius like you. Brother Luo, just watch the battle from the sidelines. Don't interfere, otherwise it'll be an insult to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of extremely terrifying saber intent surged out from within Yao Yi. 10th level saber intent. Luo Jun's expression changed a little, and he hesitated for a moment before he stepped back. After all of these monstrous geniuses were extremely proud, and it was especially so for Yao Yi who'd come from the hallowed grounds. So, it was within reason for Yao Yi to desire to fight Yang Yi in a one-on-one battle. However, Luo Jun was still quite worried because Yang Yi wasn't a weakling at all. Watch out for the speed of his attacks. Meanwhile, the corpse ancestor warned Yang Yi while standing not too far away from them. Yang Yi nodded while dragon scales appeared beneath his clothes. He refused to underestimate any opponent because that was an extremely stupid thing to do. At practically the exact same instant that Yang Yi's body was covered by those dragon scales, a ray of white light had flashed before a cut appeared on the part of his clothes which covered his chest. Yang Yi's figure moved a little, but he didn't take a step back. Luo Jun's pupils constricted when he witnessed this. Yang Yi has become stronger again? At this moment, Yao Yi's expression had changed slightly as well. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Yang Yi would be able to resist his attack. Yao Yi tightened his grip of his short saber while he stopped underestimating Yang Yi. A wisp of seriousness had appeared on Yang Yi's face. Even though that fellow from the hallowed grounds hadn't been able to injure him, that fellow's attack was really too swift. Had actually been unable to react before he was struck by it. It's my turn! Yang Yi stomped the ground with his right foot, and he relied on the counterforce to shoot forward like a cannonball. He waved the wooden sword lightly, and then countless strands of sword chi covered the heavens and the earth as they descended towards Yao Yi. Yao Yi grunted coldly while he swiftly drew his short saber, and then a wave of saber chi sprayed out and collided with Yang Yi's sword chi. Bang! Rumbling resounded as countless strands of sword chi and saber chi sprayed out into the surroundings, and the ground in an area of 300 m around them was turned into a mess. Yang Yi and Yao Yi blasted those strands of sword chi and saber chi away before flashing forward like two shooting stars that collided forcefully in midair. The wooden sword and short saber collided. Bang! A circular wave of energy immediately swept out at the instant they collided, and the formidable energy contained within it blasted both of them back by over 600 m. A wisp of seriousness flashed through Yao Yi's eyes because his hand was trembling slightly. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi's physical strength would actually be that strong. Moreover, Yang Yi's physical defenses had completely exceeded his imagination. Because Yang Yi's physical defense was at least a level higher than the corpse ancestor. In the next moment, Yao Yi's figure suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. At the same time, the short saber in his hand slashed forcefully against Yang Yi's neck. Clang! Sparks sprayed out as his short saber struck Yang Yi's throat, and then his pupils constricted. He hadn't imagined that Yang Yi actually had dragon scales on his body, and those dragon scales didn't seem ordinary at all. Because it had even been able to stop his Dao artifact, which was enhanced by 10th level saber intent. Yao Yi was just about to retreat when Yang Yi's wooden sword had stabbed his chest. Bang! Yao Yi flew over 300 m back while an extremely dazzling patch of bright red could be seen on his chest. Luo Jun had a gloomy expression on his face when he witnessed this scene. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually be able to injure Yao Yi, so he hurriedly warned Yao Yi. Brother Yao Yi, don't fight him in a closed-quarter battle. You'll be at a disadvantage. Yao Yi stretched out his hand and wiped the blood on his chest before licking it. He said, Blood? Ha! How long has it been since I last bled? I never expected that I would actually bleed in this place which my hallowed grounds regards as a lowly world. Yang Yi, allow me to tell you that you've made me angry. The consequences of that are very severe. A man should act like a man. Yang Yi said. If you want to be a girl, then just snip it off. Why be either a man or a woman and disgust me? Don't you know that your current appearance is really disgusting? Luo Jun's eyelids twitched. Yang Yi is really going to completely offend that fellow. But what Yang Yi said makes sense. Yao Ye's face warped. The thing he hated the most in his lifetime was people saying that about him. Because it was something that had been his sore spot throughout his lifetime. No one knew that the reason his attack speed was so swift was because Head cultivated an extremely mysterious technique many years ago, and the first condition to cultivate that technique was to castrate one's own body. Had chosen to go through with it for the sake of becoming stronger. Since that day, Had transformed from an ordinary genius of the hallowed grounds into an extraordinary genius, and had risen into the top 10 geniuses of the hallowed grounds and became the swiftest saber of the younger generation. But had also become a weirdo from that day onward. Because regardless of whether it was his voice, character, or some other aspects, he was transforming to become more and more like a woman. It was even to the extent that he felt envious and detest when he saw other women. However, the members of the hallowed grounds chose to turn a blind eye to it out of consideration for his strength. Even the monstrous geniuses who were ranked higher than him in the hallowed grounds didn't rashly offend him. But he hadn't expected that someone in the Southern Territory would bluntly tear open that scar of his. What? Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, Did I say something wrong? You look like a man on the outside, but your character and actions are that of a woman. So aren't you a piece of disgusting trash? You're courting death. Yao Ye's face warped completely while the short saber in his hand left its sheath. Countless strands of saber chi overlapped together and shot towards Yang Yi. This time, Yao Yi didn't stop swinging his saber. Saber chi flashed forward incessantly. Merely an instant passed before almost 5,000 strands of saber chi had appeared here. Most importantly, practically all of them were linked together in succession. Moreover, Yao Yi still hadn't stopped swinging his saber until now. The countless spectators in the surroundings were astounded by this scene. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while he issued a command in his heart. The black sword chest appeared behind him, and then countless swords charged out from within it, and flashed towards the saber chi. All of those swords possessed extremely terrifying might after they were enhanced by Yang Yi's 10th level sword intent, and the space before them trembled violently wherever they passed. 100,000 swords had shot out in unison, and it caused the space throughout the sky above Ancient Domain City to surge. It was an extremely shocking sight. Bang! After the swords collided with the saber chi, countless deafening blasts erupted throughout the sky above the city. Countless waves of energy, sword chi, and saber chi swept madly towards the surroundings, and some profounders who were comparatively closer to the aftershock were killed on the spot. Countless profounders fled madly from Yang Yi and Yao Yi. Void slash! Right at this moment, Yao Yi's sharp and ear-piercing voice resounded abruptly, and then a beam of sword chi tore through space as it slashed down towards Yang Yi at an extremely swift speed. It was like a sharp blade slicing through decaying bamboo, and it split space apart, and created an enormous spatial rift that was over 100 m long. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and then sword ruler appeared in his grasp. He stomped his foot on the ground, and the ground beneath him collapsed as he used the counterforce to leap forward. He held the sword ruler with both hands as he shouted, and he met Yao Yi's attack head-on. Bang! The sword ruler struck forcefully against the tip of Yao Yi's saber chi. A moment of silence ensued before everyone watched with astonishment as Yang Yi's hands suddenly transformed into golden dragon claws. After that, Yang Yi exerted strength once more, and the sword ruler instantly slashed all the way through Yao Yi's saber chi and descended towards Yao Yi. Yao Yi's expression changed drastically. He wasn't able to dodge in time, and could only raise his short saber to resist Yang Yi's attack. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded as Yao Yi's knees bent slightly, and the ground beneath him quaked before countless cracks started stretching out towards the surroundings. So, you are nothing once the speed of your saber is useless against me. Yang Yi laughed coldly as he looked down at Yao Yi, and he exerted strength once more. Another bang resounded as Yao Yi and Yang Yi instantly shot into the ground. Clang! Countless sounds of collision resounded from beneath the ground. The profounders from both Ancient Domain City and the exalted Han Empire had stopped fighting, and their gazes had descended towards that hole. Because all of them were very clearly aware that while the battle above between those extraordinary experts hadn't come to an end, this battle between Yang Yi and Yao Yi would determine their fate. If Yao Yi won, then they had no doubt that ancient domain city would be instantly destroyed, and all those who resisted them would be annihilated. But if Yang Yi won, then what Yang Yi said just now might really come to pass. Even if they weren't completely annihilated, at least half of all those who weren't from the Southern Territory would lose their lives here. So, all of them had stopped fighting because they weren't the ones who would decide their fates today, and it was those two people in the ground below. Ding Xiaoyao and the others had heavy and worried expressions on their faces. Even though it seemed like Yang Yi had gained the advantage, no one knew if Yao Yi had some sort of trump card. After all, the members of the hallowed grounds had no lack of formidable Dao rank techniques and Dao artifacts. It was even to the extent that they had many formidable and terrifying secret techniques. So, while they were very confident in Yang Yi, they couldn't help but feel slightly worried. Bang! Suddenly, an enormous explosion resounded from below, and then the ground started to collapse incessantly. It wasn't long before an area of almost 3 kilometers outside the city had collapsed. Bang! A figure flew out from beneath the ground. It was Yao Yi. Luo Jun and the others were overjoyed. Ding Xiaoyao and the other girls instantly turned pale. Chapter 614. All of them hadn't noticed that Yao Yi's body was densely covered in injuries created by a sword, and there was even terror in his eyes. Ha! Countless experts on the exalted Han Empire's side started roaring with laughter. As far as they were concerned, since Yao Yi had emerged from beneath the ground, then Yang Yi had naturally lost or died. Once Yang Yi died, then victory would naturally belong to the Central Territory. So, they were excited and delighted. On the other hand, the members of the Southern Territory had turned ghastly pale while terror filled their eyes. I surrender! Suddenly, some of the profounders on the Southern Territory's side charged out and ran madly towards the Central Territory's forces. Ding Xiaoyao's expression changed. Meanwhile, Luo Jun's voice resounded in the sky above ancient domain city. The heavens are benevolent. So long as you're able to kill a profounder of the Southern Territory to atone for your crimes, then my exalted Han Empire will pardon all those who surrender. If you resist stubbornly until the end, then the moment the city falls is the moment your sects and clans are annihilated. My Li clan is willing to surrender. Over 10 profounders suddenly flew off upon hearing Luo Jun, and then flew towards the forces of the Central Territory. My Wang clan is willing to offer its allegiance to the mortal emperor. Another group of over 10 profounders flew off towards Luo Jun's forces. My Tai clan. It wasn't long before over 20 clans had betrayed the Southern Territory and took Luo Jun's side. Ha ha! Luo Jun roared madly with laughter, and it was filled with satisfaction and delight. Ding Xiaoyao's expression was calm while her gaze didn't even ripple. Xiaoyao! Meanwhile, a young man from the Ding clan appeared by her side and opened his mouth with the intention of saying something. However, Ding Xiaoyao glanced coldly at him and said, You fool, do you really want our Ding clan to be doomed? The others hadn't noticed Yao Yi's expression, but Shed noticed it clearly. Most importantly, the spatial mink who was the closest to Yang Yi still hadn't shown herself until now. If Yang Yi had really died, then the little fellow would have definitely shown herself. So, Ding Xiaoyao was very certain that Yang Yi wasn't dead. As the young man spoke with Ding Xiaoyao, a few more clans had left the Southern Territory and sided with Luo Jun. A wisp of a fierce expression flashed through the young man's eyes when he witnessed this scene, and he said, Xiaoyao, our Ding clan can't accompany the Southern Territory in its destruction. Suddenly, a sword had pierced through the young man's head, and it was Ding Xiaoyao who held its hilt. Everyone else on the city wall was stunned by this scene. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at all of the others around her as she said, If ancient domain city stands, then my Ding clan stands. If anyone from my Ding clan dares to surrender, I'll kill every single one of them. You! One of the members of the Ding clan was exasperated. He was just about to say something, but his heart instantly trembled upon noticing Ding Xiaoyao's icy cold gaze, and he didn't dare speak another word. Ding Xiaoyao was a member of the Ding clan, but she had another identity, and it was the commander of the entire army in ancient Domain City. It was a position that the Monarch Realm experts had given to her, so she could command the entire army right now. Miss Ding. Meanwhile, Luo Jun appeared in the sky above ancient Domain City, and he suddenly said, "The Southern Territory's defeat is certain." Could it be that Miss Ding intends to bury the entire Ding clan with the Southern Territory? I, Luo Jun, promise that so long as Miss Ding is willing to surrender, then I'll let bygones be bygones. Moreover, the Ding clan will maintain its position of superiority in the ocean of anarchy. The countless disciples of the Ding clan in the surroundings were instantly tempted by this, but Ding Xiaoyao remained completely unmoved. She said coldly, "If ancient Domain City stands, then my Ding clan stands. If it falls, then so will my Ding clan." Gloominess flashed through Luo Jun's eyes. He was just about to speak when a ray of light that came from a sword shot into the sky, and then Yan Yi appeared before everyone. "Ha ha! Herbie, did you say all of that on purpose so that I would hear because you knew that I was alive?" Yan Yi appeared in the sky above the city, and he roared with laughter as he gazed at Ding Xiaoyao. Actually, he was about to emerge from beneath the ground after Yao Yi had, but had stopped himself when he heard the others surrendering. He wanted to see how many within ancient Domain City weren't loyal. Never had he imagined that he hadn't just been able to find out the answer, he was even shocked by it. Had never imagined that there would actually be so many who surrendered at the critical moment. Fortunately, it just so happened to be the best opportunity for him to clear out all of these weeds on his side. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they saw Yang Yi, and the smile on Luo Jun's face had instantly frozen. On the other hand, the countenances of all the profounders who had betrayed the Southern Territory had instantly turned ghastly pale. Yang Yi is still alive? That was the only thought which remained in their minds. Countless people turned around to gaze at Yao Yi. At this moment, they noticed that Yao Yi's body was actually covered in countless injuries from the sword, whereas, besides damages to his clothes, Yang Yi hadn't suffered any injuries. The hearts of all the profounders from the exalted Han Empire and the profounders who had betrayed the Southern Territory sank to rock bottom. Ding Xiaoyao instantly heaved a sigh of relief in her heart upon seeing Yang Yi. Earlier, she was making a huge gamble because if Yang Yi had really died, then her decision would definitely bury the Ding clan by Yang Yi's side. Fortunately, Yang Yi was alive. Yang Yi intended to say something, but Su Qingshi and Xiao Yushi had suddenly appeared in front of him, and then both of them embraced him. Yang Yi's heart hurt when he saw their slightly pale countenances, as he knew that they'd definitely been worried just now. Yang Yi held the two of them in his arms and was just about to console them when he suddenly felt himself being embraced. He turned his head to look and saw Qinxia looking at him with a spurious smile on her face. Yang Yi instantly laughed bitterly. This seductress. But Yang Yi's heart felt quite warm when he noticed her slightly pale countenance. Even though both of them had mostly been using each other at that time, he felt that she still had some feelings for him. After the excitement they felt passed, Xiao Yushi and Su Qingshi blushed as they left Yang Yi's embrace. Xiao Yushi lowered her head a little and remained silent, whereas Su Qingshi quickly recovered her calm. Su Qingshi glanced at Qinxia yet didn't say anything about her, and she just said softly to Yang Yi, "Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately returned to ancient Domain City with Xiao Yushi. Qinxia gave Yang Yi a peck on his cheek and chuckled. "Be careful. It'll make you wear a green hat if you die." Her figure flashed back towards ancient Domain City once she finished speaking. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled, and then he turned around to gaze at Yao Yi before he said, "What a disappointment. I thought that you would decide life and death with me while we were down there, but I never expected that you would actually flee. Zhu Dengfeng was weaker than you, but he was still a man. Yet you are just like how you act. You're not a man at all." Everyone in the surroundings was astounded by these words. Yao Yi lost the battle down there? Chapter 6:15. Luo Jun's pupils constricted. Had never imagined that the reason Yao Yi had emerged from underground was actually because Yao Yi had fled from there. Yan Yi has gotten even stronger. Luo Jun's face turned horrifyingly savage when he thought up to this point. I'm the mortal emperor. I'm the representative of the world. So why is this fellow able to obtain endless fortuitous encounters? Why? Yao Yi's expression was unsightly to the extreme. His forte was his speed, and it was swift to the point his opponents couldn't dodge them. However, his speed had encountered its bane, and it was Yan Yi. Because his speed was utterly useless against Yan Yi. Yan Yi's physical defense had completely exceeded his imagination. Or it should be said that the hallowed grounds had severely underestimated Yan Yi. Merely relying on speed was insufficient to deal with Yan Yi because one had to pass through his defenses, and that was something which he was lacking in. Bang! Meanwhile, an enormous explosion resounded in the sky, and it reverberated through the world and caused the entire southern territory to tremble violently. After that, everyone watched with shock as a few corpses fell from the sky. Luo Jun, Yao Yi, and the others revealed grim expressions when they saw those corpses because the experts of the exalted Han Empire and hallowed ground were amongst them. On the other hand, the profounders on Yan Yi's side heaved sighs of relief. Because while Elder Mu was being surrounded and attacked, it seemed like Elder Mu wouldn't be killed or defeated that easily. So long as Elder Mu didn't die or lose, then the hallowed grounds and exalted Han Empire had to eternally abide by the rule that Monarch Realm experts couldn't act against Exalt Realm experts. Otherwise, if a half-saint intended to act against others who were below the half-saint realm, then even another half-saint wouldn't be able to stop it. Yan Yi restrained his thoughts and flashed over to the corpses of those Monarch Realm experts. He waved his hand and placed them within the ancient sheath. Even though the ancient sheath wasn't able to create Monarch Realm sword servants for now, it didn't mean that sword spirit couldn't accomplish it in the future. So, once he retrieved the ancient sheath's sword, he could use these corpses that had gathered to refine countless Monarch Realm sword servants. Moreover, 2 of those corpses belonged to 9th-rank Monarch Realm experts. How dare you! Yao Yi roared furiously when he saw Yan Yi take the corpses of those Monarch Realm experts from the hallowed grounds, and then the sword in his hand moved slightly before a ray of white light flashed. Yan Yi didn't dodge and just allowed it to strike him. Bang! Dazzling sparks flew off from Yan Yi's body while his body moved a little, but he was completely fine. Yao Yi's face twitched when he witnessed this scene, and then he hesitated for a moment before he shouted. Form the formation! Buer and the others who were fighting in the distance were stunned by this. Yan Yi is actually strong to the point that Yao Yi can't fight Yan Yi on his own? Amongst the 10 teams in the Holy Guard of the Hallowed Grounds, every single team had around 10 members, and every single team had its own formation. They were formations that were passed down by the experts of the ancient times, and it was prepared so that they could be utilized against the defiant Profounders. They were from the Saber team, so their formation was a Saber formation. It was necessary for one of them to have comprehended Saber intent to utilize the formation, and the stronger the person's Saber intent was, the stronger the formation's might would be. If all 11 members of the Saber team were at the Monarch Realm and had attained the 1st level of Heaven Realm Saber intent, then their joint forces could surmount a realm of cultivation to kill a half-saint. This was no rumor because it had really been accomplished in the past. Even though they weren't at the Monarch Realm or attained 1st level Heaven Realm Saber intent, their joint forces could kill a Monarch Realm expert with ease. They didn't hesitate to flash over to Yao Yi's side, and then they split up to form a triangular formation. Their saber intent surged out from within them, and then a huge hiltless saber that was formed from saber intent and profound energy gradually condensed in the air above them. The saber was over 30 m long. As their saber intent and profound energy surged incessantly into it, the saber started trembling slightly and gradually seemed to become material. In the end, it simply seemed like a real saber blade. Most importantly, the terrifying energy it contained caused the space around it to ripple. It was an extremely astonishing sight. Yang Yi's brows knit together slightly because he sensed that the saber had actually locked onto him. In other words, he could only go head-on against it, and couldn't dodge it at all. Yang Yi, this is a formation the experts of my hallowed grounds specially created to deal with the defiant profounders. You should be honored to be able to die beneath this saber formation. The saber intent within Yang Yi surged madly into the huge saber as he gazed at Yang Yi with a slightly ferocious expression. Had never suffered such humiliation throughout his lifetime, and he would truly be unable to vent the hatred in his heart without killing Yang Yi. No, he didn't just want to kill Yang Yi, even every single person related to Yang Yi had to be tortured and humiliated to death. Yang Yi said, I'd intended to fight you in a one-on-one battle, but you want to use numbers against me? Do you think that I have no one? Little fellow, you can come out now. A ray of violet light flashed, and then the violet mink appeared on Yang Yi's shoulder. Moreover, it wasn't just the violet mink. Lei Lin had transformed into a bolt of lightning and appeared by Yang Yi's side. Lei Lin pointed one of her little fingers at Yang Yi's group and tilted her head as she asked, You want me to hit them? Yang Yi nodded and said, Yes, with all your might. Because they want to take your food. Lei Lin was furious, and she gestured towards the sky. The others in the surroundings watched with astonishment as dark clouds instantly covered the sky, and then an enormous pillar of lightning that was over 300 m wide and over 1 kilometer long shot through the dark clouds and descended swiftly towards Yang Yi's group. The edges of everyone's lips twitched at this sight. Who exactly is that little girl? She called down lightning with a single gesture? Is she the god of lightning? Yang Yi was shocked by this scene as well, because he hadn't imagined that Lei Lin was actually that terrifying. After all, she'd actually caused the weather to change with a wave of her hand, and then a pillar of lightning had descended right away. Fortunately, Lei Lin was on his side, otherwise that little girl would be an extremely troublesome existence. The violet mink blinked. She glanced at the pillar of lightning, glances at Lei Lin, and then violet light glowed brilliantly in her eyes. She seemed as if she'd encountered something fun. The expressions of Yang Yi and the others changed a little. When he saw that pillar of lightning, Yang Yi suddenly looked at Yang Yi and said, Slash! The huge saber instantly shot forward towards Yang Yi. On the other hand, Yang Yi and the others flashed up into the sky to deal with the pillar of lightning. Countless strands of saber chi sprayed out and collided with the enormous pillar of lightning, and then deafening rumbling resounded through the sky. Meanwhile, the huge saber wasn't very swift, and it could even be said to be quite slow. However, Yang Yi was very clearly aware that he couldn't dodge it at all because a mysterious force within it had locked onto him, and it was pointless no matter how he dodged. He could only go head-on against it. At this moment, Yang Yi didn't really take notice of the might of the attack, and had taken notice of the hallowed grounds instead. Because regardless of whether it was Wudang Feng or Yang Yi, their strengths, techniques, and treasures had far exceeded his imagination. Moreover, besides in Nanjing, Luo Jun, and himself, no one else in the younger generation of the entire continent could match their strength. But they weren't even the best geniuses of the hallowed grounds. Yang Yi was very clearly aware that the hallowed grounds was probably much stronger than had imagined. Yang Yi shook his head and discarded these distracting thoughts from his mind. He rubbed his head against the violet mink, and she nodded in response. She waved her little claw, and then a strange scene appeared. The huge saber started to slow down because the space around him had suddenly started to warp and overlap. However, it was still unable to stop the huge saber. The saber tore apart the overlapped space that stood before it, and it continued down towards Yang Yi. Only its speed had become slightly slower, and the glow it emanated had dimmed down greatly. The little fellow glared angrily when she noticed that her spatial domain wasn't able to stop the huge saber at all. She started waving her claws about, and then countless rays of violet light enveloped the saber. Hiss! Hiss! The violet lights weren't able to stop it, and they were slashed apart by the saber. The violet mink was furious, and she intended to wave her little claws again. Meanwhile, Yang Yi rubbed her head and said, It's enough. It's my turn now! Yang Yi stomped the ground with his right foot, and his figure shot forward like a cannonball while the wooden sword in his hand glowed as it stabbed towards the huge saber. As his figure traveled towards the huge saber, he poured out his 10th level sword intent without holding in the slightest, and it caused the glow on the wooden sword to dazzle like the sun. Bang! The wooden sword smashed heavily against the tip of the saber, and an enormous explosion resounded. The wooden sword and huge saber shook violently, and then everyone watched with shock as the huge saber started to crack apart slowly. On the other hand, Yang Yi didn't have it easy at all. Not only was the wooden sword trembling violently, even his dragon claws were trembling violently. If he hadn't transformed his hands into dragon claws at the last minute, then his arms would have probably been blasted apart in this collision. The pupils of Yao Yi and the others constricted when they witnessed this scene from afar. Yan Yi is actually able to go head-on against the joint strength of all 11 of us? And he's actually able to form dragon claws? Is he from the dragon race? Break! Yan Yi shouted as he suddenly pressed down with his claws. A ray of light erupted from the wooden sword before an explosion resounded. Yao Yi and the others watched with horror as the huge saber exploded apart, whereas Yang Yi was blasted over 300 m away by the energy that erupted from within the huge saber. Retreat! Yao Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then his figure flashed with the intention of fleeing. Yang Yi's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Moreover, their profound energy had been practically exhausted from utilizing the saber formation. So, even if Yang Yi didn't have much profound energy left as well, the problem was that Yang Yi still had that formidable physical strength and physical defense. Most importantly, Yang Yi still had that violet mink and the little girl by his side. So, they had no chance of winning if they stayed. Retreat? How? Little fellow, stop them! Lei Lin, blast them apart! The violet mink and Lei Lin nodded, and then all sorts of violet lights and bolts of lightning covered the heavens and the earth as they appeared all around Yao Yi's group. In an instant, Yao Yi's group was enveloped beneath a wave of attacks. Yang Yi didn't stand by idly as well. He utilized the profound energy that remained within him and activated the stellar shuttle to charge into the area which was covered in lightning and violet light. Bang! Bang! It wasn't long before numerous muffled bangs resounded within that area. After less than 10 minutes passed, Yang Yi walked out from that area, and he was holding a person who was on the verge of death. Chapter 616. Yang Yi was holding Yao Yi in his hand. Cheers and laughter that filled the sky instantly erupted from the profounders of the Southern Territory, whereas all the experts from the exalted Han Empire were horrified. Some even turned around and fled. However, none were able to escape because the violet mink, Lei Lin, and those 5 sword servants he refined from the members of the hallowed grounds were waiting in the surroundings. The experts from the Southern Territory didn't stand by idly. They swarmed forward and surrounded all the profounders from the Central Territory. The members of the clans who had betrayed the Southern Territory just now had ghastly pale countenances. The regret they felt at this moment was simply impossible to describe with words. A single mistake represented death. On the other hand, the members of the Ding clan heaved long sighs of relief. If they'd really betrayed the Southern Territory just now, then the Ding clan would probably suffer Yang Yi's revenge. As for relying on Luo Jun's protection? That was a joke. Luo Jun was hardly able to protect his own life right now. Luo Jun tightened his grip on the mortal emperor's sword as he watched his army being surrounded. But his expression was slightly calm, and he seemed to have no intention to flee. Besides Yao Yi, all the other members of the hallowed grounds had been annihilated. Yang Yi had placed them within the ancient sheath because the 10 of them would be very helpful to him as sword servants. Yang Yi walked over the ancient domain city while holding Yao Yi in his hand, and then he tossed Yao Yi on the ground and said, "There's a type of dark beast in the Grand Myriad Mountains. They're called the Beasts of Desire, and they possess an extremely high desire. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman, they accept everyone. Since you want to be a woman that much, then it'll allow you to truly become a woman today." Yao Yi's countenance instantly turned ghastly pale when he heard Yang Yi, and he glared angrily at Yang Yi while he said, "You! Don't you dare! Bring the beasts of desire!" Yang Yi's voice resounded throughout ancient Domain City. It wasn't long before a few dozen of them arrived before Yang Yi. Yao Yi's eyes turned crimson red when he saw these beasts, and his eyes were filled with horror. He didn't want to suffer humiliation, so he gazed resentfully at Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi, you'll definitely die. My hallowed grounds will certainly kill you. It will. Ha!" As he spoke, his stomach started to bulge up swiftly. However, Yang Yi seemed to have expected that, and kicked his stomach at the instant it started to bulge up. Bang! Yao Yi's dantian was instantly blasted apart, and the violently surging profound energy within him leaked out from him like a balloon that was being deflated. "Detonating yourself?" Yang Yi laughed coldly. "Such wishful thinking. You insulted my wives just now, so I'll make you die with everlasting regret because of that. Do it!" Dragons had a reverse scale, and touching it would incur the wrath of the dragon. Xiao Yushi and the others were his reverse scales, and had make anyone who touched his reverse scales pay 100 or even 1,000 times. As soon as Yang Yi gave the command, those beasts of desire howled as they instantly charged over to Yao Yi. "How dare you! You actually dared to humiliate a member of my hallowed grounds? It'll destroy your entire family." Right at this moment, a furious howl resounded from the horizon, and then an enormous palm that covered the sky tore through space and smashed down towards Yang Yi. "What? You can't restrain yourself any longer?" Meanwhile, the Demon Emperor's voice resounded abruptly, and then the enormous palm was suddenly minced into pieces by a wave of strange spatial energy when it arrived 300 m above Yang Yi. "Demon Emperor, my hallowed grounds will definitely annihilate your spatial mink clan once that half-saint falls." A furious howl resounded from high above. "It'll be waiting." The Demon Emperor's voice resounded. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and shouted onto Yao Yi as he said, "No one will be able to save you." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 swords flew over and nailed Yao Yi's body to the ground in the shape of the character. The beasts of desire howled and charged forward. Yang Yi! I hope you die a horrible death. I curse you. I curse you to die miserably. Oh! Yao Yi's resentful voice resounded incessantly, but it wasn't long before his voice transformed into shrill cries. It wasn't long before no further sounds resounded from Yao Yi. He wasn't dead, it was because the beasts of desire had utilized every single orifice available to them. As they watched Yao Yi being ravaged by the beasts of desire, the hearts of everyone here trembled, and their gazes towards Yang Yi were filled with fear and horror. It was especially so for the Profounders from the Central Territory. According to rumor, the Defiant Profounders were very terrifying, but they felt that the Defiant Profounders would dim in comparison to Yang Yi. Yang Yi sent the little fellow and Lei Lin into the primordial pagoda because he didn't want the 2 little girls to watch all of this. Once the little fellow and Lei Lin entered the primordial pagoda, the 4 natural treasures within the pagoda instantly became terrified, and they started fleeing madly in all directions. Lei Lin curiously sized up the surroundings when she arrived here, and then her gaze descended onto the 4 natural treasures. After that, her eyes lit up, and then a bolt of lightning flashed beneath her feet as she pursued them. The violet mink seemed to feel that it was fun, and she flashed over in pursuit as well. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled as he watched all of that, and then he withdrew his consciousness from the pagoda and walked over towards Luo Jun. "What are all of you looking at? Kill!" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure flashed, and he transformed into a ray of light that shot into Luo Jun's army. After that, countless rays of light flashed through the army, and anyone struck by them was either injured or perished on the spot. "Kill!" The other Profounders of the Southern Territory charged towards Luo Jun's army as well. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto Luo Jun, and Luo Jun gazed at Yang Yi as well. Yang Yi laughed coldly as his 10th level sword intent surged out madly, and then he shot forward like a cannonball towards Luo Jun. Bang! Suddenly, the ground in front of Luo Jun cracked apart, and then a colossal being transformed into a ray of white light that smashed towards Yang Yi. Bang! Space trembled violently as Yan Yi and the colossal being were blasted over 1 kilometer away. Everyone here was shocked by this turn of events, and they shot their gazes over. An enormous bone centipede with a pair of wings had appeared in front of Luo Jun, and it was so huge that everyone else seemed tiny like ants before it. Bang! Right at this moment, the ground suddenly quaked, causing the others to look over with shock. A titan that was even larger than the centipede was running over from afar, and the ground and the entire city was trembling with every step it took. Screech! Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing cry resounded from the horizon as a golden rock that was even larger than a divine gold dragon appeared in the sky above ancient domain city. Look over there! What's that? Everyone else looked over in the direction that person had pointed towards, and they saw multicolored gases suddenly surging over from the surroundings. Everywhere these gases passed, the entire ground was suddenly corroded and eaten away. The heaven-devouring rock, primeval titan, Taoist venom, and the soaring centipede. Meanwhile, Corpse Ancestor dragged his heavily injured skeleton over to Yan Ye's side, and his tone was extremely serious. Chapter 617. Everyone, retreat back to the city! Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyou's voice resounded. The profounders of the Southern Territory didn't hesitate to return to the city. Ding Xiaoyou didn't know what those colossi were, and the reason Shed ordered the retreat was because they were too enormous. It was impossible for ordinary profounders to go against them. All the other profounders of the Southern Territory had retreated to the city, but Yan Yi hadn't, nor was it necessary for him to retreat. It could be said that he could even go head-on against Monarch Realm experts with the current physical defense he possessed. So, why would he fear these colossi? Of course, he wouldn't underestimate them either. Luo Jun waved his hand, and his army instantly withdrew and got into formation behind him. Meanwhile, the multicolored gases had surrounded Luo Jun's army, and they'd formed a seemingly natural barrier. These big fellows are from the ancient times? Asked Yan Yi. Corpse Ancestor nodded and said, You must be careful. Especially that fellow, the primeval titan. Don't ever allow him to get close to the city. He was the bane of all cities during the ancient times. Just look at his size, he only has to ram any part of the city walls and the entire city wall would probably collapse. Yan Yi nodded. The titan was truly too enormous, and he felt that ancient domain city might really collapse if that titan were to ram the city. Corpse Ancestor spoke slowly. That centipede is called the soaring centipede. He's fond of eating dragons and black tortoises. He's a sworn enemy of the dragon race. You must watch out for his speed, and never allow him to bind you with his body. After all, had once constricted a dragon to death. That fellow in the sky is the heaven-devouring rock. He's extremely swift and a sworn enemy of the phoenix race. His speed isn't inferior to a phoenix at all and might even surpass phoenixes. His most formidable ability is the ability to devour, and had once devoured 2 phoenixes alive. Yan Yi glanced at the rock in the sky and the centipede that stood before Luo Jun. Meanwhile, Corpse Ancestor continued. That fellow over there is Taoist venom. You absolutely must be careful of him. His strength isn't very formidable, but his poisons are absolutely terrifying. Even 5th rank Exalt Realm experts wouldn't be able to resist his poisons, whereas those below the 5th rank of the Exalt Realm would perish upon contact. In the past, had once relied on his poison to slaughter a medium-sized city with almost 30 million inhabitants. You'll probably be left all alone if his poison were to enter ancient domain city. What about you? You're a figure from the same time. They are all so formidable, so what special ultimate technique do you have? Yan Yi gazed at Corpse Ancestor. Your ancestor, I. When he spoke up to this point, Corpse Ancestor suddenly realized that he seemed to have no special technique. As for killing, anyone and everyone knew how to kill. He'd just kill a lot more than the average person. Yan Yi smiled and said, All right, head back to the city and rest. Leave the rest to me. And thank you for just now. If you really want to thank me, Then give my soul control tablet back to me, Corpse Ancestor joked. Swish! A wooden tablet appeared before him. Corpse Ancestor took a look and realized that it was his soul control tablet. He was stunned for a moment before he spoke with surprise. Kid, you're really giving it back to me? Didn't you want it? Yang Yi spoke casually. In the past, had needed Corpse Ancestor's soul control tablet because he feared Corpse Ancestor's strength. But now, he had no need to fear Corpse Ancestor anymore. Moreover, Corpse Ancestor hadn't fled in the face of danger. Corpse Ancestor had stopped Yao Yi for him and even suffered heavy injuries because of that. So, Yang Yi felt that he had to repay this kindness. Corpse Ancestor hesitated for a moment before he said, Kid, are you doing this because I'm unable to fight right now and have no value to you? Kid, let me tell you that I'm only injured for now, and I'll be able to recover completely after I absorb some blood. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and he said, Old bastard, I never realized that you have the potential to be an idiot. Alright, give it back to me if you don't want it. It'll just torture you when I have nothing better to do. Don't even think of it. Corpse Ancestor took the wooden tablet and vanished on the spot. Thanks. I'll remember this kindness. Corpse Ancestor's voice resounded again when he appeared within the city. Yang Yi smiled, and then the sword chest appeared on his back. Next, he flipped his left palm and the sword seed appeared in his palm. Only then did he gaze at Luo Jun's group and laugh coldly. Luo Jun, the trump cards you kept to save yourself really have exceeded my expectations, but I'm really curious if your subordinates have so many trump cards as well. Swish! A ray of light flashed from Yang Yi's wooden sword and shot into Luo Jun's army, and then shrill cries resounded as 3 Exalt Realm experts were chopped into 2. Luo Jun's eyelids twitched, and then he gazed at the soaring centipede that stood before him and said, That's the person I want all of you to deal with. Kill him and I'll use the blood of 100 million to reform your bodies and allow all of you to be truly revived. Really? It was the primeval titan who spoke these words, and it resounded like a thunderclap. I'm the mortal emperor, so my promises are naturally valid, said Luo Jun. As you wish. The primeval titan had just finished speaking when his enormous palm covered the sky as it slapped down towards Yang Yi. It was a very huge palm, yet it wasn't slow at all. The enormous palm hadn't even reached the ground when the ground had sunk by around 3 m. Moreover, space was completely blasted apart, and a void was formed wherever it passed. Bring it on! Yang Yi stomped his right foot on the ground and shot upward like a bolt of lightning. The wooden sword in his hand instantly started glowing, and then it collided with the titan's palm before the astounded gazes of everyone in the surroundings. Yang Yi's size and the primeval titan's size could be described as being poles apart. It was like the comparison between an ordinary person and an ant. But at this moment, no one dared to look down upon Yang Yi. Because a huge figure was advantageous, but it wasn't an absolute advantage. Especially when the enemy was Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi was a sword cultivator and an existence who could destroy all techniques with a single strike of the sword. Bang! Yang Yi's sword struck the primeval titan's palm, and then it stopped for a moment before Yang Yi shot through the enormous palm. As he flew up into the air, Yang Yi waved the wooden sword swiftly, and then countless strands of sword chi rained down. At this moment, his sword chi that were enhanced by his 10th level sword intent, the wooden sword, and the sword seed were condensed to a horrifying degree, and every single one of them could tear through the primeval titan's defenses with ease. The corners of Luo Jun's eyes twitched. Yang Yi's strength has become countless times stronger than before. The most damnable part is that those so-called geniuses of the hallowed grounds allowed formidable treasures that enhanced the strength of sword cultivators to fall into Yang Yi's hands. Yang Yi's strength was already terrifying. Now that he has that sword seed and the wooden sword, he's simply like a tiger that has grown wings. For example, the primeval titan's physical defenses were utterly useless before Yang Yi right now. Roar! The titan roared furiously, and a shockwave shot out from his mouth. However, the shockwave hadn't even arrived before Yang Yi when Yang Yi's sword chi had slashed it into pieces. I never expected that such an extraordinary figure would actually appear on the continent after over 15,000 years. His strength would be at the top even during the ancient times. The soaring centipede spoke abruptly when he saw the primeval titan being suppressed. Head felt quite a bit of contempt towards this so-called Sword Emperor in the beginning. After all, the spirit energy on the continent was very scarce, so normally speaking, it was impossible for peerlessly monstrous geniuses to be born. However, this Sword Emperor before him had surprised him. Please lend the titan a hand. Luo Jun spoke in a low voice. Because if the battle were to continue like that, then even if the titan could survive, he would definitely suffer a similar fate as Corp's ancestor. Luo Jun wanted to order his army to besiege Yang Yi, but it was utterly impossible. Because regardless of whether it was the primeval titan or the soaring centipede, the area of their attacks was truly too huge, and the slightest mistake would cause them to strike someone from his side. That would be truly humiliating. The soaring centipede nodded and said, Based on our current strengths, none of us is able to be a match for him in a one-on-one battle. So, I would help even if you didn't say anything. As soon as he finished speaking, the soaring centipede suddenly shot forward, and his enormous figure was like an arrow that shot straight towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi, who was swinging his sword at the primeval titan, suddenly stopped, and then a wisp of a ferocious expression arose on the corners of his mouth when he saw the soaring centipede that was charging at him. The ancient sheath appeared in his hand before he sheathed a Tao artifact within it because he was really not interested in being locked in battle with these fellows who were helping Luo Jun. He wanted to end the battle swiftly. Luo Jun's pupils constricted when he saw this, and he shouted with horror. Watch out for his sword technique. Luo Jun hadn't even been able to complete his warning when Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword. The sword shattered before a strand of sword chi descended from midair. The soaring centipede was horrified. He didn't hesitate to curl up into a ball and ram against it. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded. The spectators watched with astonishment as the soaring centipede's bones suddenly cracked apart as he crashed to the ground like a comet. Bang! His figure struck the ground and sunk deep into it. Ding Xiaoyao revealed a smile on the city walls because she had no doubt that Yang Yi was much stronger than before. The facts proved that her unhesitant act of placing all her chips on Yang Yi was the right gamble. Even though the key to the entire battle rested on the battle high above in the sky, she was very clearly aware that half-saints wouldn't lose that easily. Unless 2 or 3 half-saints were to join forces against a half-saint, otherwise, it was extremely difficult to kill another half-saint. Moreover, Elder Mu was extremely mysterious. He hadn't shown even the slightest trace of fear when facing a half-saint and over 100 Monarch Realm experts just now. So, she was sure that even if Elder Mu wasn't a match for them, he would definitely not die. So long as he didn't die, then the Southern Territory would be safe. Most importantly, Yang Yi was growing too quickly. So long as he was given a little more time, then could anyone in this world suppress him? She was actually betting on Yang Yi's future. After he struck the soaring centipede into the ground with a single swing of his sword, Yang Yi withdrew another Tao artifact and placed it within the ancient sheath, and then he glanced at everyone on Luo Jun's side and said, Who else? Chapter 618. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent, and not a single person from the exalted Han Empire made a sound. The soaring centipede's physical body was even stronger than ordinary Monarch Realm experts, yet he hadn't been able to resist a single swing of Yang Yi's sword. So, how could any one of them dare to face Yang Yi? Could any one of them resist a swing of his sword? The heaven-devouring rock didn't dive down at Yang Yi because his physical body was merely on par with the soaring centipede. Since even the soaring centipede had suffered such a fate, he would only be giving his life away if he headed down there. He didn't want to head down there, but Luo Jun refused to let him have his wish. A tablet appeared in Luo Jun's hand, and the heaven-devouring rock knew he had no choice when he saw that tablet in Luo Jun's hand. Roar! The heaven-devouring rock suddenly opened its enormous mouth towards Yang Yi, and then an extremely terrifying suction force acted upon Yang Yi and sucked him into the rock before he could even react. The faces of Ding Xiaoyao and the others turned grim while Luo Jun revealed a smile instead. Bang! Right at this moment, a ray of light shot into the sky from within the rock. The spectators gazed with shock and horror as a shrill cry resounded from the rock, and then the rock was actually split into two before crashing to the ground. After that, a ray of light shot into Luo Jun's army, and then countless swords suddenly swept out and caused shrill howls to resound throughout the surroundings. Taoist venom! Luo Jun suddenly shouted. A skeleton who wore a green Taoist robe appeared by Luo Jun's side. He formed strange seals with his hands, and then the multicolored gases suddenly transformed into arrows that flashed towards Yang Yi. In just an instant, Yang Yi was enveloped by these arrows. Hee! Once you've been touched by my poison, then not to mention a mere exalt realm profounder, even a Taoist venom suddenly stopped abruptly because Yang Yi had walked out from the multicolored gas. You! How could this be possible? Taoist venom was horrified. Yang Yi laughed coldly. His body had been cleansed by primordial violet energy, so how could mere poison affect him at all? Yang Yi swung the wooden sword, and then countless strands of sword chi sprayed out. Some of the experts around him instantly let out shrill cries as their figures were split into two. Taoist venom was horrified, and he was about to flee. However, Yang Yi's speed suddenly rose explosively, and he transformed into a ray of light that instantly arrived before Taoist venom. The latter was astounded and cried out involuntarily. Mortal Emperor, save me! Hiss! Taoist venom had just finished speaking when Yang Yi's sword stabbed through his chest. After he killed Taoist venom, Yang Yi didn't slow down at all as he shot explosively towards Luo Jun. The Exalt Realm experts on Luo Jun's side were horrified, and they pounced at Yang Yi like madmen. Fuck off! Yang Yi roared furiously as numerous swords charged out from within his sword chest and attacked everything around them. All the Exalt Realm experts from the Central Territory were horrified, and they hurriedly dodged these attacks. At this moment, how could they be bothered to protect Luo Jun? Luo Jun had a ferocious expression on his face when he witnessed this scene. Had never imagined that Yang Yi's strength had become formidable to such an extent. Not too long ago, Yang Yi suffered a heavy injury just from executing the Heavenren drawing technique just once, yet now, Yang Yi had executed it two in succession but was completely fine. Isn't his speed of improvement a little too terrifying? No matter how strong Yang Yi was, it was impossible for him to go against an army of over 10,000 Exalt Realm experts. But the problem was that these Exalt Realm and Spirit Realm profounders on Luo Jun's side didn't dare charge at him. Perhaps Yang Yi wasn't able to slaughter all of them in a short amount of time, but he was absolutely capable of slaughtering all those who were at the front of the group. No one wanted to be that person. It wasn't that they were afraid of death, but the strength and ruthlessness Yang Yi revealed had truly aroused fear in them. Especially Yang Yi's ruthlessness. On the ground outside Ancient Domain City, the beasts of desire were still howling while Yao Yi's voice resounded from time to time, and anyone who looked at the state Yao Yi was in right now was horrified by what they saw. No one acted fearlessly, so Yang Yi broke through the line of defense and arrived in front of Luo Jun with ease, and he didn't waste his breath at all before immediately slashing the wooden sword at Luo Jun. Luo Jun would naturally not stand still and wait for death to arrive. His mortal Emperor's sword had left its sheath as soon as Yang Yi launched that attack against him, and it shot forward to collide with Yang Yi's wooden sword. Bang! A loud bang resounded before Luo Jun's figure was blasted flying, and he flew for over 1 kilometer, had just stopped his figure when Yang Yi had appeared in front of him again. At the same time, a ray of light instantly arrived before him. Luo Jun was horrified and swung his sword without the slightest hesitation. Bang! The mortal Emperor's sword slashed that ray of light into pieces, but a figure smashed itself against Luo Jun at the same time. Bang! A muffled groan resounded from between Luo Jun's lips as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure was blasted flying again. However, Luo Jun didn't fly for long this time. Because the violet mink had appeared on Yang Ye's shoulder, and then a ray of violet light flashed. A violet barrier enveloped Luo Jun, and it trapped him on the spot. Luo Jun's expression changed, and he was about to wave his sword and slash the violet barrier of light into pieces. However, Yang Yi suddenly appeared before him, and then countless rays of light sprayed out from the wooden sword in his grasp. Luo Jun's pupils constricted as he hurriedly swung the mortal emperor sword, and strands of white sword chi shot out successively, and collided with Yang Ye's sword chi. Bang! Countless explosions resounded incessantly as sword chi sprayed towards the surroundings. The violet mink's spatial barrier trembled violently, and it wasn't long before it shattered under the force of the crazy amount of sword chi that was shooting towards the surroundings from the collision between Luo Jun and Yang Yi. Are all of you still going to continue watching? Yang Yi has said that everyone who doesn't belong to the Southern Territory will die today. Do all of you think that Yang Yi would spare you once I'm dead? Moreover, if I die, then would the sect's clans, and everyone else related to all of you be able to survive? Luo Jun held tightly onto the mortal emperor's sword with his trembling hands, and he gazed at his subordinates with a ferocious expression. Because the strength Yang Yi revealed had actually terrified them to the point they didn't dare to attack. These are my subordinates? These are the generals and experts that'll be leading to conquer the continent in the future? At this moment, a wisp of sorrow had appeared in Luo Jun's heart. The profounders in the surroundings instantly came to their senses when they heard this. Right, with how ruthless and cruel Yang Yi is, would he spare us? The answer is he definitely won't. If we don't work together now, then only a bloody slaughter will be awaiting all of us. Moreover, would we even be able to survive if Luo Jun dies here? Resolve flashed through their eyes when they thought up to this point. Death was awaiting them no matter what, and they would only have a chance of survival if they were able to join forces and kill Yang Yi. When he noticed that all of them were about to attack, Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the ancient sheath which had a sword sheathed within it had appeared in his grasp. All of them were horrified when they witnessed this scene, and they hurriedly shrunk back. However, Yang Yi still drew the sword. Clang! The sword shattered into pieces, and then a ray of sword chi tore through the sky and shot towards Luo Jun like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 619. At the instant Yang Yi drew his sword, the Exalt Realm experts by Luo Jun's side couldn't be bothered about the consequences which they would face, and they instantly flashed backward. After all, they'd witnessed the might of this sword technique. Not to mention them, even a Monarch Realm expert wouldn't dare face it head-on. Luo Jun's pupils constricted to the size of needles, and he practically instinctively slashed the mortal Emperor's sword and collided with Yang Ye's sword chi. Bang! An enormous explosion resounded. Everyone watched with astonishment as Luo Jun's figure was blasted flying, and he flew for almost 3 kilometers before he finally crashed heavily to the ground and smashed open a deep hole where he landed. Some experts of the exalted Han Empire wanted to lend him a hand, but they immediately dared not do so upon coming into contact with Yang Yi's icy cold gaze. At this moment, Yang Yi and his Heavenren drawing technique would kill anyone he struck. Yang Yi glanced coldly at Luo Jun's army before his figure flashed over to Luo Jun. At this moment, Luo Jun was completely covered in blood. While he wasn't dead, he was on the verge of it. Yang Yi didn't hesitate or waste his breath at all, and he just swiftly stabbed the wooden sword at Luo Jun's chest. Stop! A furious voice resounded from high above, and then an invisible force restrained Yang Yi. It's at least a 9th-rank Monarch Realm expert. As Yang Yi expected, had been stopped in the end. As soon as this voice finished resounding through the air, Luo Dao and the Monarch Realm experts of the Hallowed Grounds, the 4 Divine Beast clans, and the Central Territory had appeared here. However, only a 10th of them remained. Moreover, practically every single one of them was heavily injured. Especially the Dragon Emperor, one of the horns on his head had even vanished. Yang Yi's expression changed slightly when Elder Mu was nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, Elder Mu appeared a moment later. There were a few holes on Elder Mu's clothes, and his countenance was slightly pale. However, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries if it was based on his outward appearance alone. Witnessing this allowed the worries in the hearts of Yan Yi and everyone on the Southern Territories side to finally ease up. The restraints on Yan Yi had vanished along with Elder Mu's appearance, and Yan Yi's wooden sword descended swiftly. However, it hadn't even touched Luo Jun before the latter had vanished on the spot, and he was by Luo Dao's side when he appeared again. Luo Jun, you really are the mortal emperor of this world. I truly envy your ability to be saved every single time you're about to die. Yan Yi ridiculed. Luo Jun wasn't able to retort because had lost consciousness. I never expected that such a half-saint like you was actually hiding on the continent. Meanwhile, the blue-robed old man spoke in a low voice. With the strength you possess, you should have tried to overcome the heaven path a long time ago. Why are you still staying in this abandoned world? He hadn't expected that a half-saint assisted by over 109th rank monarch realm experts was actually unable to gain the upper hand against this half-saint before him. Moreover, they'd even fallen into a disadvantaged situation, and even his hallowed grounds had lost around 40 experts in the battle. Luo Dao had a gloomy expression on his face while his heart could simply be said to be bleeding. Because 4 of the 9th rank monarch realm experts from the exalted Han Empire who'd participated in the battle had perished, and only Luo Tian remained. Besides that, 25 out of the other 30 monarch realm experts from the exalted Han Empire had perished. His side was the side that suffered the heaviest losses during the battle. Moreover, had endured most of Elder Mu's attacks, so had suffered the heaviest injuries during the battle as well. The 4 Divine Beast clans were in a comparatively better state. The White Tiger clan, which had suffered the heaviest losses amongst the 4 Divine Beast clans, had merely lost 4 experts, whereas the Divine Gold Dragon clan, Divine Phoenix clan, and Black Tortoise clan had merely lost 2 monarch rank experts respectively. The reason they'd suffered comparatively lesser losses was because they were divine beasts and possessed physical defenses that were far superior to ordinary monarch realm experts. So, even if they occasionally suffered an attack from Elder Mu, it wouldn't lead to their deaths. However, if human monarch realm experts were to suffer an attack from Elder Mu, then they would be heavily injured even if they could escape death. But even then, the hearts of the 4 Divine Beast clans hurt to the extreme, because it was much more difficult for demon beasts to attain the monarch rank when compared to humans. In short, the Undertaker's strength had far exceeded their imagination. Elder Mu glanced at Luo Dao and the others before he said, "Demon Emperor, lend me a hand. All of them can leave their lives behind today." The eyelids of Luo Dao and the others twitched upon hearing this. That old man intends to kill all of us right here and now? Space fluctuated before the Demon Emperor, and 20 monarch rank spatial minks appeared here. The Demon Emperor glanced at Elder Mu with surprise. Even he hadn't imagined that Elder Mu would actually intend to annihilate Luo Dao and the others. Could his strength be far more formidable than I expected? Yan Yi glanced at Elder Mu with surprise when he heard this, and then he revealed a smile. Because since Elder Mu dared to speak such words, then it proved that Elder Mu was absolutely confident in his ability to accomplish it. I admit that we've really underestimated your strength. But even though we've suffered heavy losses and are heavily injured, I presume you're not doing much better, right? The blue-robed old man spoke in a low voice. Elder Mu said, "The heavens are benevolent, and am no bloodthirsty person. So how about I be benevolent today and let all of you go? You and the members of your hallowed grounds can leave." The blue-robed old man's face instantly became unsightly. He really didn't want to fight anymore, because all the experts he brought with him would be annihilated if the battle were to continue. All of these experts had been fostered to deal with the defiant Profounders, yet now had lost around 40 experts. It wouldn't be a problem if He'd been able to kill Elder Mu after losing that many experts, but the problem was that he hadn't. So, he would be punished even if he was able to return to the hallowed grounds. Thus, he had the intention to retreat, because he didn't want to perish here as well. Had been looking for a way to extricate himself from the battle, but he hadn't imagined that the method Elder Mu gave him would make him feel so insulted. "You don't want to leave?" Then leave your life behind. Elder Mu lightly clenched his aged hand in the direction of the blue-robed old man. Bang! A strand of mysterious energy which Yang Yi and the others couldn't see had appeared around the blue-robed old man. The latter was horrified because this was a special energy that only half-saints possessed, and it wasn't something that he could resist at all. Fortunately, another strand of mysterious energy appeared around him, and both of these energies from half-saints had collided. Bang! A huge area of space instantly collapsed, and then an enormous black hole appeared in the sky above ancient Domain City. All the people who witnessed this scene were astounded. You think you can stop me from killing someone? Elder Mu chuckled as he flicked his finger, and then a tombstone suddenly appeared here. It expanded swiftly in midair, and it became an enormous tombstone in just an instant. Luo Dao's eyelids twitched because countless experts of the exalted Han Empire and hallowed grounds had perished beneath this tombstone. He didn't dare allow the blue-robed old man to die here, so his figure flashed towards the tombstone. Luo Dao placed his palms together when he was about to arrive before the tombstone, and then he suddenly flipped them upwards. In an instant, an enormous palm that was formed from energy shot out and collided with the tombstone. Bang! Incessant rumbling resounded through the sky, and it seemed like the sky was about to collapse. Right at this moment, a shrill cry resounded abruptly. Luo Dao was shocked and turned around to look over. He saw a pitch-black stick had stabbed through the blue-robed old man's chest. No! The blue-robed old man let out a shrill and miserable cry, and then everyone watched with shock as his figure exploded into pieces. Elder Mu gazed at Luo Dao and spoke indifferently. I told you. You can't stop me from killing anyone. Profounder Continent has lost too many experts in this battle, and our continent will definitely be destroyed if the defiant Profounders attack in the future. I presume you don't wish to see that happen, right? Said Luo Dao in a deep voice. Elder Mu shook his head and said, You're trying to seek reconciliation now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Your deaths were predetermined from the moment all of you acted against me. Could it be that you really want to fight until both of us are heavily injured? Luo Dao spoke coldly. Elder Mu smiled. I don't want that. After all, you're a half-saint at any rate. If you were to fight desperately with your life on the line, then it would be extremely troublesome indeed. Since it's like that, then you can leave with the members of your exalted Han Empire. The Dragon Emperor and the other Divine Beast clans were horrified when they heard Elder Mu. If Luo Dao leaves and there's no one left to keep the Undertaker busy, then wouldn't we become lamb that are waiting to be slaughtered? The remaining Monarch Realm experts of the hallowed grounds revealed gloomy expressions as well. Even though they were 9th-rank Monarch Realm experts, they weren't able to pose even the slightest threat to a half-saint if there was no one to keep that half-saint busy. Luo Dao's expression had instantly turned gloomy as well. He said, Do you think I'm stupid? If he were to leave with the members of the exalted Han Empire, then the remaining experts of the hallowed grounds and the experts of the 4 Divine Beast clans would be instantly slaughtered. So, once Elder Mu had dealt with all of them, the next on the list would be his exalted Han Empire. Since it's like that, all of you can die. Elder Mu suddenly gestured, and the enormous tombstone appeared in the sky above ancient Domain City again. After that, the tombstone seemed like a mountain as it smashed down towards Luo Dao and the others. Luo Dao's expression instantly became ferocious, and he said fiercely, It'll keep him busy. Fellow Taoists from the 4 Divine Beast clans and the Hallowed Grounds, all of you deal with the Spatial Mink clan. Luo Tian, lead the other 5 Monarch Realm experts of my exalted Han Empire to slaughter Yang Yi and ancient Domain City. Don't leave a single one of them alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Dao's figure flashed over to Elder Mu, and then he swiped his left arm with his right palm, causing a strand of blood to shoot out from there. Luo Dao swiftly formed a seal and said, Bind. As soon as he spoke, his blood suddenly exploded apart and transformed into countless blood-red threats. They instantly formed a square formation that locked him and Elder Mu within it. You used your blood essence to trap me for 15 minutes. Luo Dao, what a price to pay. Elder Mu's expression had turned serious for the first time. Because a loss of blood essence was equivalent to a loss of strength, and he hadn't expected that Luo Dao would actually be so resolute. Since you want to fight to the death, then let's do it to the bitter end. Luo Dao flashed explosively towards Elder Mu. The experts of the 4 Divine Beast clans and the Hallowed Grounds quickly surrounded the Demon Emperor and the Spatial Mink clan. The joint forces of the 4 Divine Beast clans wasn't something that the Spatial Mink clan could resist. Fortunately, the Founding Emperor, the Beast Emperor, and the Monarch Realm experts of both their empires had flown over to join the battle. On the other hand, only Xiao Tianji, the White Dragon, the world portrait which Yan Yi had just summoned back to his side, and that black-clothed assassin from the Yin clan were left to deal with Luo Tian and the 5 Monarch Realm experts of the exalted Han Empire. Besides Xiao Tianji and the black-clothed woman from the Yin clan who were above the 5th rank of the Monarch Realm, the other 2 Monarch Realm experts on Yan Yi's side were merely 1st-rank Monarch Realm experts. Not to mention resisting those 5 5th-rank Monarch Realm experts from the exalted Han Empire, they couldn't even deal with Luo Tian. Everyone within Ancient Domain City had despair on their faces when they saw Luo Tian and those 5 Monarch Realm experts approach the city. Even Ding Xiaoyou's countenance was ghastly pale right now. After all plans and strategies were useless before absolute strength. Chapter 620. Everyone within Ancient Domain City shall die today! Luo Tian's voice resounded like a thunderclap. The countenances of everyone within Ancient Domain City had turned ghastly pale. After all, even self-detonation was useless before a 9th-rank Monarch Realm expert. Ding Xiaoyao and the other girls had ghastly pale countenances as well. Once the Hallowed Grounds and exalted Han Empire decided to stop abiding by the rules and risk everything, then the Southern Territory would face such a situation. It would have no chance of winning. Because the amount of Monarch Realm experts which the Hallowed Grounds, 4 Divine Beast clans, and the exalted Han Empire possessed far surpassed the Southern Territory. Xiao Tianji and the others revealed extremely heavy expressions as well. They had no advantage in terms of the amount of Monarch Realm experts on their side, and they didn't even have an advantage when it came to quality. Because just Luo Tian alone was sufficient to be extremely troublesome for them to deal with, let alone the other 5th-rank Monarch Realm experts. However, none of them fled or surrendered. They weren't being stupid, but it was because it was meaningless. Because anyone who fled or surrendered at a time like this would just be inviting insult and ridicule. Luo Tian's expression was unsightly to the extreme, and his killing intent was seemingly material. Because this plan to eradicate the Undertaker had caused the exalted Han Empire to lose 4 9th-rank Monarch Realm experts and 25 other Monarch Realm experts. Such losses were simply a heavy blow to the exalted Han Empire. Fortunately, the exalted Han Empire was cooperating with the Hallowed Grounds, so the demon race and devil race wouldn't dare launch a full-scale invasion against the human race. Otherwise, the exalted Han Empire might really face annihilation. So, Luo Tian's expression instantly became savage when he thought up to this point, and then he flashed over to the sky above Ancient Domain City. Die! Luo Tian's voice resounded in the sky as an enormous palm tore through space, and it carried a terrifying might as it flashed down towards the city from the sky above. The enormous palm had just appeared when the space above the city had warped, and the enormous walls and countless buildings throughout the city had transformed into powder beneath the might the palm carried. Moreover, profounders below the spirit realm instantly slumped weakly to the ground while their bodies couldn't stop shivering. It was like the end of the world had arrived. That was how terrifying a 9th-rank Monarch Realm expert was. Everyone within Ancient Domain City was terrified and trembled as they witnessed such a terrifying scene. Because not to mention resisting, they didn't even have a chance to flee before Luo Tian's attack. Attack! Xiao Tianji's voice resounded, and then the Monarch Realm experts in the sky above the city executed their strongest attacks. The profound energy within Xiao Tianji surged, and it surged like a torrent into a black tortoise shell that he held in his palm. After that, the tortoise shell shot up like a bolt of lightning and expanded in midair. In just an instant, it was over 3 kilometers long, and it smashed heavily against the enormous palm. Roar! The white dragon roared furiously as he utilized the most direct method of attack. He slammed his body against the enormous palm. The world portrait transformed into an enormous scroll, and it flashed explosively like a bolt of lightning towards the enormous palm. Moreover, countless rays of light erupted from it as it flashed upward, and those rays of light struck the enormous palm. Ultimate death. The black-clothed woman suddenly roared with fury, and then numerous images surged out explosively from within her. The images shot out successively, and they formed a complete link from the ground until the sky. Those images were practically material figures because her speed was swift to the limit. Bang! Bang! Xian Tianji and the others' attacks caused countless explosions to rumble, and it was like thunderclaps resounding through the sky. It shook the space there to the point of rippling violently, and it seemed like the space there would shatter at any moment. Luo Tian's attack trembled violently after it suffered the joint attacks of Xiao Tianji and the others, and then everyone watched as countless cracks appeared on it. The cracks gradually spread throughout the palm, and it wasn't long before an explosion resounded. The enormous palm exploded apart in midair, and it transformed into specks of energy that rained down throughout the surroundings. Everyone within Ancient Domain City heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this. After all, if that enormous palm had struck the city, then the entire city and its surroundings would be instantly transformed into powder. Even though Xiao Tianji and the others had destroyed Luo Tian's attack, Yan Ye's face still had a heavy expression on it. Because Elder Mu was being confined by Luo Dao, and Xiao Tianji and the others were probably unable to resist Luo Tian's strength, which was at the 9th rank of the Monarch realm. So, once Xiao Tianji and the others lost or were locked in combat, then the other Monarch realm experts of the exalted Han Empire would be able to slaughter everyone within the city. At that time, it would be meaningless to Yan Yi even if Elder Mu slaughtered Luo Tian and all these fellows. Yan Yi had no other choice. At this moment, he had no choice but to reveal all his trump cards. Regardless of whether he could truly pose a threat to these Monarch realm experts, he had no choice but to act. Because he might even lose the chance to do so if he didn't act right now. Yan Yi flipped his left palm, and the sword seed appeared in his grasp before his profound energy surged into it to activate it. After that, countless strands of various different sword intent erupted from within the sword seed and surged into Yan Ye's body. As these strands of sword intent surged violently into him, his own sword intent was rising violently as well, and it wasn't long before his sword intent rose to the 1st level of the heaven realm. 11th level sword intent swept out and caused the space around Yan Yi to tremble violently. Everyone in the surroundings shot their gazes over to Yan Yi. All of them were quite stunned when they saw Yan Ye's 11th level sword intent. But even though they were shocked by the explosive rise in Yan Ye's sword intent, they still shook their heads. Because not to mention 11th level sword intent, even 12th level sword intent would be useless before a 9th rank Monarch realm expert. The gap between them was truly too huge. Luo Tian was about to launch another attack from midair when his gaze suddenly descended onto Yan Yi. And then he was slightly stunned because it had been countless years since Heaven Realm Sword Intent had appeared on Profounder Continent. So, he was slightly surprised by the 11th level Sword Intent that Yan Yi revealed, but he quickly shook his head and said, "Heaven Realm Sword Intent? You're still just an ant." However, had just finished speaking when Yan Ye's voice suddenly resounded. "Intent Ignition!" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone watched as the sword intent around Yan Yi suddenly surged back into him, and then faint fiery red light suffused his entire body. After that, Yan Ye's realm of cultivation started rising explosively. The 7th rank of the Exalt realm. The 8th rank of the Exalt realm. The 9th rank of the Exalt realm. It was still rising because Yan Yi was still burning his sword intent. Suddenly, bang! The 1st rank of the Monarch realm. However, Yan Ye's sword intent had fallen to the 8th level. All those who witnessed this scene were stunned. The Monarch realm? Yan Yi has attained the monarch realm? Can he still remain invincible amongst those in the same realm of cultivation? Luo Tian's eyelids twitched because even he hadn't imagined that Yan Yi would actually attain the monarch realm. What secret technique did that fellow utilize? He was actually able to rely on it to attain the monarch realm? Draconification! Yan Yi's voice resounded once more, and then everyone watched with astonishment as his clothes instantly transformed into ash before dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon claws. Yan Yi is from the dragon race? All the spectators were shocked once more. Such intoxicating power! Yan Yi took a deep breath, and then he gazed at Luo Tian and roared with laughter. Luo Tian, 10 strikes are all I need to kill you! As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient sheath appeared in Yan Yi's left hand while a Dao artifact appeared in his right hand. Yan Yi sheathed it within the ancient sheath before swiftly drawing it. As soon as he finished drawing the sword, another sword appeared in his right hand, and then he sheathed it and drew it swiftly again. Sheath! Draw sheath! Draw! Chapter 621. When he drew a sword for the 5th time, Yan Yi's draconified body had started to bleed. The Heavenren drawing technique didn't just require Dao artifacts, it required a strong body to execute as well. Because every single time he drew his sword was a huge burden to his body. If he didn't possess the inheritance of the dragon ancestor, then he could only complete 3 draws at most with the previous strength of his body. But now, after he draconified himself, it was sufficient for him to complete 5 or more draws in succession. However, Yan Yi was very clearly aware that 5 Heavenrens were definitely insufficient to kill Luo Tian. So, he used all his strength to complete 10 draws in succession. The consequences of such actions were that even his draconified body couldn't endure it. From the moment Yan Yi spoke until he started drawing, merely less than 2 breaths of time had passed. In these 2 breaths of time, 10 Dao artifacts had shattered in succession within Yan Yi's grasp. 10 huge violet beams of energy tore through the sky and shot straight towards Luo Tian. Everywhere they passed, an enormous rift was torn apart in space. Unlike before, the damaged space didn't repair itself instantaneously. Now, not only did the torn-apart space show no signs of repairing itself, the rift was growing larger and larger. Everyone in the surroundings was flabbergasted by Yan Yi's insane actions. Especially Xiao Tianji, the black-clothed woman, and the others. Because the attack Yan Yi executed actually made them feel extremely threatened. Yan Yi had merely risen to the monarch realm by way of a secret technique, but they were actual monarch realm experts. Could it be that he's really invincible in the same realm of cultivation? It's even the same at the monarch realm? Luo Tian was slightly stunned when he heard Yan Yi say that he only needed 10 strikes to kill him, and then Luo Tian was about to roar with laughter. Because besides a half-saint, even the demon emperor wouldn't dare to say that he was confident in defeating Luo Tian. However, Yan Yi had merely attained the monarch realm through a secret technique. You'll kill me with 10 strikes? What nonsense! However, Luo Tian's smile that hadn't even spread completely had stiffened when Yan Yi drew his sword. Because Luo Tian's intuition told him that this sword technique was dangerous, and when Yan Yi completed 10 draws in succession, his intuition told him that it was extremely dangerous. Luo Tian was beyond shocked. Such an attack was executed by him? After all, he was a 9th-rank monarch realm expert, and he was a supreme expert in the world who was only beneath half-saints. Yet now, had actually felt that he was threatened by a technique executed by an ant who utilized a secret technique to attain the monarch realm. Yan Yi must die! He must die! At this moment, only this thought remained in Luo Tian's mind. Because he was very well aware that if Yan Yi didn't die and was allowed to grow, then not to mention the exalted Han Empire, even the hallowed grounds would be helpless before him. Luo Tian didn't dare act carelessly. He grunted coldly and was about to retaliate. But right at this moment, Yan Yi suddenly took a step forward, and then an invisible force enveloped everything in an area of 30 kilometers. Everyone in the surroundings was astounded. Luo Tian was astounded as well. The sword domain! The damnable sword domain! For the very first time, Luo Tian revealed anxiousness. Because Head actually overlooked Yan Yes' sword domain. 11th sword intent wasn't a threat to him, but the sword domain was another story. All those years ago, the founding ancestor of the sword sect had relied on the sword domain to go against half-saints while at the monarch realm. Everything was suppressed within the sword domain, and that included monarch realm experts. All of them were suppressed and restrained by a mysterious force, whereas Yan Yes' 10 beams of sword energy instantly sped up and were practically comparable to the speed of light. Luo Tian was astounded. He flipped his palm and a huge saber appeared in his grasp before he swiftly swung it towards Yan Yes' sword energy. At the instant he swung his saber, Luo Tian's pupils had constricted while terror appeared in his eyes. Because the speed at which he swung his saber was actually more than 100 times slower than before. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. The profound energy within his body surged madly to resist the suppression of Yan Yes' sword domain, and then he swiftly swung his saber against those 10 beams of sword energy that had arrived before him. Bang! When the first beam struck Luo Tian's saber, it started to tremble violently while Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. However, the second beam had arrived. Bang! Another explosion resounded. Luo Tian moved almost 300 m back while cracks had started to spread like spiderwebs through the Dao artifact in his hand. After the 2N beam of sword energy was dispersed, the 3 had arrived instantaneously. Bang! Luo Tian moved around 1.5 kilometers back, and the saber in his hand had completely cracked apart. Luo Tian was extremely shocked. Bang! When the 4th beam of sword energy struck Luo Tian's saber, everyone watched with horror as it instantly exploded apart and transformed into countless bits that rained down towards the surroundings. Luo Tian was astonished as well. Even though his physical body was formidable, he didn't dare to utilize it to go head-on against Yan Yes' sword technique. So, he immediately put his palms together and pushed them forward, causing an energy palm to slap against Yan Yes' 5th beam of sword energy. Bang! A loud bang resounded. Luo Tian's eyes suddenly opened wide because his palms had actually been blasted apart during this collision. At the same time, the strong impact had blasted him flying. In practically an instant, the 6th beam of sword energy had arrived before Luo Tian. As they arrived in succession and coupled with the fact that he was suppressed and restrained by the sword domain, Luo Tian couldn't dodge at all, and he could only go head-on against Heavenrand. Fuck off! Being forced into such an embarrassing state by someone he regarded as an ant, and even losing his palms had caused Luo Tian's face to warp. He roared furiously as the aura of a 9th-rank monarch realm expert exploded out from within him, and then the space around him suddenly started warping. Moreover, a terrifying aura swept out from the area in front of him. Suppress him! Suddenly Yan Yes' voice resounded. Along with these words, cracking sounds resounded. The spectators watched with horror as the space within the scope of Yan Yes' sword domain actually started to crack like glass. On the other hand, the warp space in front of Luo Tian had been instantly crushed and became completely still. In just an instant, Yan Yes' 7th beam of sword energy struck Luo Tian's chest. The 8th, the 9th, and the 10th beam followed closely behind it. Hiss! 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 Everyone in the surroundings watched as 4 beams of sword energy shot through Luo Tian's chest. At this moment, it seemed like time had stopped. A short while passed before Luo Tian lowered his head to gaze at the holes on his chest, and then he gazed at Yan Yi and said, "The sword domain really is formidable. No wonder the sword sect's founding ancestor could rely on it to go against half-saints while he was at the monarch realm. Yan Yi, you're really strong, and you're filled with potential. You'll definitely become even more terrifying than the sword sect's founding ancestor. My exalted Han Empire's decision to become enemies with you for the Flower Palace's sake was truly an extremely foolish decision." As soon as he finished speaking, bang! An explosion resounded as countless strands of sword intent exploded out from within Luo Tian. In an instant, his entire body was blasted apart, and both his physical body and soul were instantly obliterated by the dispersing sword intent. A 9th-rank Monarch Realm expert had fallen. The spectators were completely stupefied by this scene. Earlier, Elder Mu had killed numerous 9th-rank Monarch Realm experts, but that wasn't a surprise to them, because Elder Mu was a half-saint. Yet now, a 9th-rank Monarch Realm expert had died at the hands of Yan Yi, who had utilized a secret technique to attain the Monarch Realm. Moreover, had done so before all their gazes. So, they wondered if Yan Yi was even human. Lei Lin blinked as she stood on the walls of ancient Domain City, and then she nibbled on the spirit fruit in her hand before speaking softly. How formidable! The violet mink, who was similarly holding a spirit fruit while sitting on her shoulder, nodded as well. After all, Luo Tian was in existence, who was on the same level as her father. However, had been killed by Yan Yi. At this moment, the little fellow's eyes were opened wide and filled with excitement. At this moment, no one noticed the paleness on Yan Yi's countenance. Moreover, he forcefully swallowed all the blood that was surging up his throat. Besides that, countless different types of sword intent were ceaselessly surging out from within him, and at least 10 types of sword intents were raging madly within him. If it was based on his original strength, then he could only complete 2 or 3 draws in succession without draconifying himself with the ability he obtained from the dragon ancestor's inheritance. After he was draconified, he could complete 5 to 6 draws in succession. But 10 times in succession had completely exceeded the limits of his body. Coupled with the fact that had activated the sword domain by force, it caused him to be on the verge of exploding apart. If his physical body wasn't too strong, he would have already exploded apart, just like Sui Dang Feng had on that day. It could be said that Yan Yi's body was in terrible shape, and he was injured both externally and internally. His external injuries weren't a problem because his body had the ability to heal itself, and such injuries were nothing to him. The most important factor was the sword intent within his body. They were raging madly through his entire body, and the slightest mistake might cause him to explode apart like Sui Dang Feng. Even then, Yan Yi still had no choice but to forcefully suppress the terrible state his body was in, and feign a composed appearance. Yan Yi slowly withdrew another sword, and then slowly sheathed it within the ancient sheath while everyone watched from the surroundings. His movements were very slow, and it was like a few times slower than how one normally moved. However, it was exactly such slow movements that caused the eyelids of the other 5 Monarch Realm experts of the exalted Han Empire to twitch, and they instinctively retreated by around 300 m. They were much weaker than Luo Tian, so they could only resist 2 or maybe 3 attacks from Yan Yi. But they didn't want to resist even one. As they watched Yan Yi slowly sheathing his sword, everyone felt extreme pressure descend upon their hearts. Actually, none of them were aware that Yan Yi wasn't doing all of this on purpose. It was actually because he was almost devoid of the strength to even lift his sword. Finally, Yan Yi fully sheathed the sword within the ancient sheath, and then he raised his head and gazed at those Monarch Realm experts from the exalted Han Empire. Will all of you be coming at me one after the other, or all at once? Chapter 622. As soon as Yan Yi finished speaking, countless strands of sword intent suddenly shot out from within him. At this moment, even though his sword intent was only at the 8th level, it actually pierced through space wherever it passed, and it caused countless pitch-black holes to appear around him. The eyelids of those 5 Monarch Realm experts twitched upon witnessing such a scene, and then none of them dared to attack. Actually, if they observed him carefully, they would notice that the sword intent hadn't been emanated by Yan Yi at all, and it was actually sword intent that came from within him and shot out through his body. However, because Yan Yi had killed Luo Tian, those 5 Monarch Realm experts feared Yan Yi from the bottom of their hearts. So, they hadn't noticed it. Otherwise, Yan Yi would definitely die if they joined forces again. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded from the sky, and then an enormous tombstone descended from the sky. It instantly blasted all those 5 Monarch Realm experts before they could even react. In next to no time, Elder Mu and Luo Dao appeared within everyone's fields of vision. Elder Mu remained the same as before. On the other hand, Luo Dao's hair was hanging loosely at his shoulders while his countenance was pale. Moreover, many parts of his clothes had been torn apart. Obviously, had fallen into a disadvantaged situation during the battle with Elder Mu. Everyone on the Southern Territories side heaved sighs of relief upon seeing Elder Mu. Because only with a half-saint like Elder Mu on their side would they have the confidence to go against the exalted Han Empire and the hallowed grounds. After Elder Mu and Luo Dao appeared here, the Demon Emperor and all the others appeared here as well. The Spatial Mink clan had suffered quite huge losses because only 13 out of the 20 monarch rank Spatial Minks remained. Moreover, the Demon Emperor himself was severely injured from being jointly attacked by the Dragon Emperor and the others. Of course, the 4 Divine Beast clans and the Hallowed Grounds had suffered heavy losses as well. Only 4 Divine Gold Dragons remained. The White Tiger, Divine Phoenix, and Black Tortoise clans were in a better state, and they had 5 more Monarch rank experts each. The Hallowed Grounds had suffered the worst losses because only a single Monarch Realm expert remained. Out of 50 Monarch Realm experts, only 1 was left now. The Grand Qin Empire lost 3 Monarch Realm experts, and both Li Si and Bai Qi had fallen during the battle. The Dark Beast Empire had suffered heavy losses as well. Besides the Beast Emperor, all the other Monarch Realm experts of the Dark Beast Empire had perished. Because the bloodline of Dark Beasts was inferior to the 4 Divine Beast clans, so they were clearly at a disadvantage during the battle. Of course, it was still the exalted Han Empire and the Hallowed Grounds that had suffered the greatest losses, in overall. Because they'd been practically annihilated. Yang Yi, you obtained the Divine Dragon Ancestor armor? Suddenly, the Dragon Emperor noticed Yang Yi's draconified appearance, and he cried out involuntarily with surprise. When the plan to kill Elder Mu had begun just now, he and the other experts of the Divine Gold Dragon clan had come straight to Ancient Domain City, and hadn't paid any further attention to Yang Yi. Of course, he had no need to pay any attention to Yang Yi as well. Because as far as he was concerned, so long as Yang Yi's master died, then regardless of what fortunes Yang Yi obtained within the heavenly lightning pool, all of them would be completely meaningless. After all, killing Yang Yi while he was without the protection of a half-saint was as easy as squashing an ant. But the reality of the situation was that the half-saint's strength far exceeded his imagination. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yang Yi actually possessed dragon horns, scales, and claws just like the dragon race. The Demon Emperor suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and sized him up before he said, "You really obtained the Divine Dragon Ancestor armor?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Not, it was the Dragon Ancestor's inheritance." The Demon Emperor was slightly stunned, and then he roared madly with laughter. On the other hand, the Dragon Emperor and the other dragons had instantly turned ghastly pale. Every single monarch rank dragon was looking at Yang Yi with terror as if they were looking at some sort of monster. The members of the Divine Phoenix, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger clans had quite unsightly expressions as well. The Demon Emperor laughed for a while before he asked Yang Yi, "Since you received the Dragon Ancestor's inheritance, then did the inheritance indicate that you would become a king of the dragon race or something like that?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "I have the blood of the Dragon Ancestor within me, and am a king of the dragon race." He didn't hide anything because his intuition told him that something great was about to happen. Sure enough, the Demon Emperor smiled and said, "Very good. Try activating the dragon blood within you." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment when he heard this, and then he utilized the violet profound energy within him to forcefully suppress the raging sword intent within him. After that, he activated the dragon blood within him. As soon as he did it, all the other divine gold dragons besides the Dragon Emperor fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. On the other hand, the Dragon Emperor didn't seem to be very well. There were numerous beads of sweat throughout his pale face, and it was like he was enduring some sort of enormous pressure. Yang Yi was stunned. What's going on? Ha ha! The demon emperor roared with laughter and said, That's bloodline pressure. The bloodline of the dragon ancestor within you is the greatest bane of all dragons. You don't have to do anything when facing a dragon in the same realm of cultivation. You just have to utilize your bloodline pressure, and that dragon wouldn't be able to fight back anymore. Ha ha! From now onward, besides the dragon emperor, all the other dragons of the dragon race will be like lambs that you can slaughter at will. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. He hadn't imagined that the bloodline pressure would actually be so terrifying. After all, even those monarch-ranked dragons were actually unable to resist him at all. Of course, this was a good thing. Looks like I should make another trip to the Divine Gold Dragon clan when I'm free. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. You! The Dragon Emperor glared angrily at Yang Yi, but Yang Yi closed his eyes slightly and didn't look at the Dragon Emperor at all. At this moment, the sword intent within him had become violent to an extremely terrifying degree, so he had to concentrate on suppressing them. Otherwise, the slightest mistake would lead to his death. So he had no choice but to put the matter of the dragon ancestor's inheritance aside. Out of consideration for the debt he owed the dragon ancestor, he would give the Divine Gold Dragon clan a chance, but if they didn't cherish that opportunity, then he would show no mercy when the time came. Of course, all of those were matters for the future. At this moment, his main objective was to deal with the raging sword intent in his body and his severely overexhausted body. Luo Dao took a deep breath, and then he gazed at Elder Mu and said, We've lost. From today onward, the exalted Han Empire won't step foot into the Southern Territory for the next 50 years. All right? Elder Mu pondered deeply for a moment before he gazed at Yang Yi and said, You decide if it's peace or war. Chapter 623. Everyone here looked towards Yang Yi. The exalted Han Empire had admitted its defeat. Now, the question was what the Southern Territory's attitude towards all of this was. If Yang Yi chose peace, then the human world would obtain temporary peace. But if Yang Yi chose war, then it represented that the battle had only just begun. The only difference was that the exalted Han Empire didn't have the upper hand anymore. Would the armies return to camp or would blood flow into rivers? The future depended on Yang Yi. A short while passed before Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, and then he gazed at Elder Mu and said, Elder Mu, are you able to kill Luo Dao? Everyone here was flabbergasted. The expressions of Luo Dao, the experts of the 4 Divine Beast clans, and that last expert from the hallowed grounds had instantly changed. At this moment, both the Southern Territory and exalted Han Empire had suffered heavy losses. As far as they were concerned, both sides needed to recuperate. But they hadn't imagined that Yang Yi actually intended to continue fighting, and he even intended to kill a half-saint. He's a complete madman. Even Elder Mu was slightly stunned when he heard Yang Yi. Because even he hadn't expected such a reaction from Yang Yi. He pondered deeply for a moment before he said, He lost some blood essence just now, so his strength had decreased greatly. If I pursue him tirelessly and do my best, then I have 60% confidence in being able to kill him, and I'm 90% confident that I can increase the severity of his injuries. Elder Mu, what's the price that you would have to pay for that? Asked Yang Yi. Elder Mu smiled. It'll pay a little, but it's fine. Yang Yi nodded and said, Since it's like that. Elder Mu, please eliminate this half-saint of the exalted Han Empire. The human race only needs a single half-saint. It wasn't that Yang Yi refused to have a truce with the exalted Han Empire. After all, he was heavily injured, and he needed time to recuperate and deal with the sword intent raging throughout his body. However, he was very clearly aware that the so-called truce which the exalted Han Empire spoke of was just nonsense. Once backup came from the hallowed grounds or some other opportunity appeared, the exalted Han Empire would definitely stage a comeback and annihilate the Southern Territory. Presently, the Southern Territory had the upper hand, and he felt that it would be extremely foolish not to make use of it. Elder Mu gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he roared with laughter, and then Elder Mu's figure suddenly vanished and shot explosively towards Luo Dao. "Even if I'm going to die today, I'll take you down with me!" Luo Dao's ferocious voice resounded, and then he shot up into the sky with Elder Mu. Yan Yi issued a command with his mind, and all the sword servants appeared before him. He said, "Kill! Kill everyone from the exalted Han Empire! Kill!" Countless profounders of the southern territory swarmed out from ancient domain city and charged towards the exalted Han Empire's army. At this moment, the exalted Han Empire's army was without a commander, and coupled with the fact that they'd been terrified by Yan Ye's strength, the entire army had fallen into chaos. When they saw the profounders of the southern territory charge over, the first reaction many had wasn't to fight against these enemies but to turn around and flee. An army without a commander was no army at all. The only threat to the southern territory were those monarch realm experts of the 4 divine beast clans and the hallowed grounds. Luo Dao had been dragged up into the sky by Elder Mu, so the experts of the 4 divine beast clans instantly allowed that last remaining expert from the hallowed grounds to lead them. "Yan Yi, the day will come when you'll definitely pay an unimaginable price for looking down upon my hallowed grounds like this." That last remaining expert from the hallowed grounds spoke coldly. "I never offended the hallowed grounds on my own accord," Yan Yi said. "It has always been your hallowed grounds that has been coming to look for trouble with me. But you just never imagined that someone like me who you thought to be weaker than an ant would actually make you pay such a horrible price, right? Alright, you're a monarch realm expert at any rate, so continuing with these threats would only make me think that you're an idiot. If you're a man, then take real action. Otherwise, shut your mouth." As he finished speaking, around a dozen strands of sword intent shot out from within him due to being too agitated, and then a few more holes appeared on his body. This caused Yan Ye's countenance to grow even paler. That expert from the hallowed grounds had an utterly livid expression on his face. If his gaze could kill, then Yan Yi would be dead by now. He really wanted to kill Yan Yi right now, but the Demon Emperor and all the other Monarch Realm experts were around Yan Yi, so even if he joined forces with the experts of the 4 Divine Beast clans, it probably wouldn't change the fact that he would still be unable to do anything to Yan Yi. Especially when Yan Yi was at the Monarch Realm right now. Even he had no choice but to fear such a heaven-defying sword technique. So, had aroused the intent to retreat when had thought up to this point. However, the 4 Divine Beast clans didn't want to retreat because their foundation was at Profounder Continent. If they retreated now, then they would definitely suffer the Demon Emperor's vengeance if they didn't move their entire clans to the hallowed grounds. So, they had no choice but to seize this opportunity where Elder Mu was locked in battle to annihilate the Demon Emperor. The experts of the 4 Divine Beast clans were just about to attack when Yan Yi suddenly took the hilt of the sword within the ancient sheath, and he said, "Demon Emperor, it has always been you who has been helping me, so it's time I returned the favor. Tell me who you want dead. Let me see if the physical bodies of divine beasts will be able to resist my attacks." At this moment, Yan Yi was purely putting on an act. Because based on the current state that his body was in, not to mention drawing his sword, he would immediately explode apart if he even dared to utilize his sword intent. But he had no other choice. Even though Luo Dao wasn't here, the overall strength possessed by the 4 Divine Beast clans and that last expert of the hallowed grounds still surpassed the strength of the Southern Territory. If they were to fight now, then even if the Southern Territory won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. That wasn't something he desired. Their expressions changed drastically when they heard Yan Yi. They were divine beasts, and their physical defenses were extremely terrifying, but they absolutely didn't desire to endure attacks that were executed via that sword technique. Because even if they could endure them, they would definitely suffer heavy injuries. At that time, they would absolutely have no chance of survival because the Demon Emperor was still eyeing them with hostility. The Demon Emperor glanced at Yan Yi, and his eyelids twitched when he saw Yan Yi's hand that was slightly trembling as he held the hilt of his sword. The Demon Emperor pondered deeply for a moment before he glanced at the Dragon Emperor and the others, and he smiled. All of them have suffered varying degrees of injuries when they joined forces against Elder Mu. Why don't you just give them 2 attacks each and leave the rest to me? Don't worry, even if I can't kill them all, you'll be able to kill half of them, at least. Yan Yi, you'll pay for this. That expert from the hallowed ground didn't dare stay a moment long when he heard their conversation, and he immediately left. After Yan Yi attained the monarch realm, his strength was sufficient to be a huge threat to them when he utilized the sword domain and that terrifying sword technique. Moreover, the demon emperor was standing at the side as well. So, it could be said that their joint forces would be able to kill anyone they targeted. He didn't want to die here. So, he didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. The faces of the Dragon Emperor and the others turned grim when they saw him leave because they'd never imagined that this fellow from the hallowed ground would actually leave without the slightest hesitation and completely disregard them. Yan Yi nodded slightly as he glanced towards the direction the last remaining expert of the hallowed grounds had left towards, and then a slight smile appeared on his face before his hand moved slightly. The expressions of the Dragon Emperor and the others changed drastically again when they witnessed this. Actually, they had the intention to retreat as well. Because Yan Yi and that terrifying sword technique were really able to severely threaten their very existence. No one who'd attained such a realm of cultivation was willing to die. But they were monarchs of the divine beast clans, so wouldn't they lose face if they were scared away while the world watched? However, their hearts couldn't help but feel cold when they saw that Yan Yi intended to draw his sword. Right when they thought Yan Yi would draw his sword, he suddenly stopped and gazed at the Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor, I, Yan Yi, received the dragon ancestors' inheritance, so I owed the dragon race a favor no matter what. I want to act against the dragon race today, so take those dragons with you and leave. All of them instantly gazed at the Dragon Emperor. Meanwhile, the Dragon Emperor's brows knit together tightly while he felt slightly hesitant. Truthfully speaking, he really wanted to seize this opportunity and leave. But he was very clearly aware that if he left now, then it would undoubtedly be like abandoning the other divine beast clans. Once he did that, then cracks would form in the alliance between them. At that time, the divine gold dragon clan would truly be in danger if the demon emperor or Yan Yi attacked them. What? You don't want to leave? Suddenly, Yan Yi revealed a slightly ferocious expression as he tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, and he spoke coldly. I intended to repay the dragon ancestors' kindness and didn't want to act against the dragon race, but you're determined to kill me. Since it's like that, then why should I care about his kindness? Dragon Emperor, he'll give you one final chance. If you still refuse to leave, then all the divine gold dragons here can leave their lives behind. Just think about it, how much of your strengths would you be able to utilize before my bloodline pressure? Let's go! This time, the Dragon Emperor didn't hesitate at all. He immediately led all the other dragons away. Had overlooked something just now, and it was that Yan Yi possessed the dragon ancestors' blood. So, not to mention the dragon's head brought with him, even he might perish before the joint forces of the Demon Emperor and Yan Yi's terrifying sword technique, while he suffers the effects of Yan Yi's bloodline pressure. So, he didn't hesitate in the slightest, nor did he dare to hesitate at all. He immediately led all the dragons away because if he stayed here and Yan Yi targeted the Divine Gold Dragon clan, then they would have no chance to survive at all. At this moment, the important matter at hand was to think of a way to deal with Yan Yi's bloodline pressure. Let's leave as well. The Dragon Emperor's group had just left when the Divine Phoenix clan left right away. In next to no time, both the White Tiger and Black Tortoise clans didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. The Demon Emperor and the others immediately heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this. Hiss! Suddenly, the sound of numerous strands of sword chi tearing through the air resounded. All of them looked over to the source of these sounds, and their expressions changed drastically. Countless strands of sword chi were surging out incessantly from within Yan Yi, and every single one of them made a fine hole on Yan Yi's body as they left him. In just an instant, Yan Yi's body seemed as if it had been shot by 1,000,000 arrows, and his entire body was densely covered in fine holes. At the same time, Yan Yi's cultivation fell in an instant, and it wasn't long before it fell from the monarch realm to the first rank of the Exalt realm. Chapter 624. At this moment, Yang Yi was like a leaking balloon. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor had been in time to take Yang Yi to the city governor's estate within the city before the sword intent within Yang Yi had gone on a complete rampage, so the profounders of the southern territory hadn't seen Yang Yi collapse. All of them merely saw numerous different types of sword intent raging through the spot where Yang Yi stood, and the sword intent even minced the space in that area into pieces. At this moment, all of them felt even more respect and reverence towards Yang Yi. On the other hand, two half-saints were carrying out a shocking battle somewhere else. At a certain spot in the sky, a black-robed old man was standing there, and there was a white-haired old man in beast-skin clothes standing in front of him. ID thought that the Undertaker's strength would be almost on par with us, but now it would seem like his strength surpasses ours. The black-robed old man spoke in a deep voice. Besides that, why hadn't there been any phenomena throughout the continent when he attained the half-saint realm? He's really too mysterious. Do you think that he might be a defiant profounder? A defiant profounder? The white-haired old man's pupils constricted slightly before he said, "Why do you say that?" The black-robed old man said in a deep voice. "When I watched the battle just now, I noticed that many of his methods and techniques are those that I've never seen in the past. And there are no records of such techniques in the records of my demon race. I think that's why he was able to suppress Luo Dao in battle even when both of them are half-saints." The white-haired old man pondered deeply for a short while before he shook his head and said, "That's just a guess of yours. If he really is a defiant profounder, then why is he able to reside on the continent without causing heavenly wrath to descend upon him? Besides that, defiant profounders devour primordial violet energy and the vital essence of other profounders to improve their strengths. But even you must have realized that he hasn't devoured the vital essence of his opponents. Perhaps he just doesn't want to expose himself." The black-robed old man continued. "After all, if he really is a defiant profounder, then not to mention the hallowed grounds, even the two of us wouldn't be able to stand by idly. He understands that as well. So refraining from devouring the vital essence of those monarch realm experts was only because he doesn't want to expose his identity." "All of these are just your guesses," said the white-haired old man. The black-robed old man spoke abruptly. "But what if he really is one?" The white-haired old man fell silent. Because if the Undertaker really was a defiant profounder, then it would be a huge problem. Just thinking about how a half-saint realm defiant profounder had blended into the human race on the continent was terrifying. If he really is a defiant profounder, then this continent might really be destroyed, the black-robed old man said. "You've witnessed the extent of Yang Yi's strength and potential. Once he attains the monarch realm or grasps the true secrets of the sword domain, then it'll be impossible for even us to kill him. Moreover, his character should be clear to you. He's obviously someone who disregards everything for the sake of those close to him. If the Undertaker really is a defiant profounder, then I'm 99% confident that he'll definitely stand on the Undertaker's side. At that time, the continent will probably be finished. But what if he isn't a defiant profounder?" the white-haired old man said. "If he isn't a defiant profounder, then our continent will have one more extraordinary half-saint and a future extraordinary expert like Yang Yi. Especially Yang Yi. If he attains the monarch realm or half-saint realm, then our continent would have one more formidable warrior in the future battle against the defiant profounders. But what if he's a defiant profounder?" the black-robed old man continued. The white-haired old man shook his head and said, "It doesn't make a difference whether he is one or isn't. Because even if he is a defiant profounder, do you think we can kill him by just joining forces with Luo Dao? Indeed, we have an 80% chance of killing him if the three of us join forces. However, he'll definitely be able to heavily injure all three of us or even drag two of us down with him. At that time, any defiant profounder that emerges from the seal in the hallowed grounds would be sufficient to slaughter my demon race, your devil race, and the human race." The black-robed old man fell silent for a short while before he said, I hope he isn't one." It wasn't long before their voices ceased to resound through that expanse of the sky. Outside Ancient Domain City, the members of the army from the Central Territory had either been crushed or fled, and they were nothing to worry about anymore. However, Ding Xiaoyao still had a heavy expression on her face because Luo Jun had vanished. After staying silent for a short while, Ding Xiaoyao turned around and left. Within ancient domain city. At this moment, Yang Yi was in quite a terrible state. Because the sword intent had erupted from inside out, and it had caused his internal organs to suffer a severe injury. If his internal organs hadn't been strengthened by primordial violet energy and the blood essence of the dragon ancestor, he would have followed in Zhou Dengfeng's footsteps and exploded into pieces a long time ago. Even though Head avoided dying from exploding apart from inside out, he was still on the verge of it. Because his entire body was densely covered in fine holes. Fortunately, his Bodhi's recovery was extremely quick. Otherwise, he would die from blood loss even if he didn't explode apart. Most importantly, numerous strands of sword intent still remained within him. However, his sword intent had descended to the 8th level because Head utilized the intent ignition technique. So, coupled with the overexhaustion he suffered from utilizing the sword domain and heaven ran past the limits of his endurance, his slaughter sword intent wasn't able to suppress the raging sword intent within him. How is he? Su Qingshi asked the Demon Emperor with an anxious expression on her face when she saw sword intent spraying out incessantly from Yang Yi's body that had been laid on a bed. Xiao Yushi and Ding Xiaoyao gazed at the Demon Emperor as well. At this moment, the Demon Emperor was the strongest expert here, so perhaps only he knew how to save Yang Yi. Because if this current situation continued, then Yang Yi would definitely be killed by those strands of sword intent. The Demon Emperor frowned for some time before he shook his head. All those strands of sword intent were left behind by the past experts of the hallowed grounds, and some have even attained the tuned level of the heaven realm. Yang Yi forcefully absorbed them into himself in order to temporarily improve his own sword intent. That itself is a form of overexhaustion of his strength. But he even forcefully utilized the secret technique, and he even utilized the sword domain and that sword technique beyond the limits of his endurance. To be honest, it's a miracle that he's still alive. The countenances of Su Qingshi and the others instantly turned ghastly pale. The violet mink flew over to the Demon Emperor's shoulder, and then she grabbed his ear tightly while looking at him with a pleading gaze. Only Lei Lin was nibbling on a spirit fruit in a carefree manner. Actually, it wasn't that she felt no worry for Yang Yi, it was that she hadn't even realized the situation that Yang Yi was in right now. Is there really no way to save him? Ding Xiaoyao spoke in a heavy voice. There is a method that isn't really a sound one, said the Demon Emperor solemnly. What is it? It was Xiao Yushi who spoke these words. The Demon Emperor rubbed the violet mink's head and spoke solemnly. Make him swallow the sword seed. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.